Maybe this one. Oh, I was pushing the wrong button. Not strange. Good. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to this 2025 Judges Seminar. Welcome to our judges. Welcome to our students. And before we start, we have a little bit of information from our treasurer, and so I will give the floor to Jörg.
Thank you very much. Good morning. I will be very short. If you want to have the lunch today down in the hotel, it will be buffet. You can buy tickets with me for 40 euros. It's the price we have to pay to the hotel. My office is down there. I will be there for the next 15 minutes and then for sure during the break. Please come and buy there your tickets. I do not deal with cash anymore. We are in the 21st century, so please card payments. Thank you very much and have a nice day.
Thank you very much, Jörg. So we have this information. Let's try to put together some other bits of information. All right, first, I kindly ask you to turn off your mobile phones. Yesterday, there was something going on during the GA, and it was very, very, very disturbing. So please make sure your mobiles are on a mute so that we can speak without any interruption. The agenda, I don't know if it's on my back. Okay, it's not that visible, but I will tell you about the timing. We will have a coffee break, regular coffee break around 11 and till 11:30. Then there will be this lunch break. And then another coffee break will be at 3:30 till 4 o'clock. We hope to finish in good time at 5 o'clock, but of course, as you can see from the items in the agenda, it's going to be a very interesting and informative seminar. But we will do our best to be on time. And now let's go to the formalities of the Judges and Standard Commission. First of all, there has been elections this weekend, many elections. There have been elections for many commissions and some other as well. And the Judges and Standard Commission has changed. So we have 3 members that didn't run this year for the office. And we have basically 4 new members. So first, I want to thank the present Commission members that are from that side, Francesco Cinque from Italy, Mirek Skotarczyk from Poland, Satu Hämäläinen from Finland, Mr. Stephen Jones from Norway, myself from Italy, and Julia Skabowska from Ukraine. Thanks a lot to my colleagues for this wonderful time, but I am one of those that are not elected this year. So we did a good job, and I also want to thank you publicly during this seminar. And after that, I have to introduce some new members, which are also sitting with us. And from that side, we have Natalie Smith-Spelin, and then we have Britta Busse from Germany, Pia Nyman from Finland, and Francesco and Mirek has been reconfirmed, and there will be also Anna Wilczek from Poland. So this is going to be the new Judges and Standard Commission. You will see their faces next year, and not our 3 old chickens' faces. Yeah. And then there were many other elections, and I think that you will get the information as soon as, probably you already have it from Facebook and social media very, very fast these days. So also another information which I think is worth mentioning is that we have 2 new honorary judges, and these 2 honorary judges are here with us today. So I would like to congratulate Thea Frischkowitz-Keller, a new honorary judge, and Mrs. Satu Hämäläinen, also honorary judge. All right, so thank you very much. I ask my colleague if they want, they can just move somewhere where they have a place. And now we start. Now we start with what's new this year. Another information is that this seminar is been streaming the whole day. So, and this is streaming on 2 channels, on Facebook and also on a YouTube channel. So that you know. All right, so I think it is a good idea if we now go to the proposal and the updates, because I also have something to show you which is very interesting and nice. So I will try to be fast in my recap of the proposals. All right, so first of all, we have finally a new approved the judge's fee, the increase of the judge's fee, which goes from what it is now to 130 euro per day. And when it's a double show like World Show and winner shows, it's going to be 200 instead of 160. And that is the first information. Then we have approved a list of British long hair and short hair variety in pointed dress, 11 and 12 separately, but in this case only for registration. So when you have one of these varieties on the table, just make sure that they are still entered as 11, because for judging they are together, they're judged together.
That's not correct.
That's not correct? Really?
They will be entered as 11 and 12, but they will be judged in the same, judged together.
Okay, that's what I said. They will be judged together. And okay, sorry. They will be entered what they are, and they will be judged together. Okay, this is, sorry for my, I was probably doing something else when this happened. All right, then we have some changes in the MAU standard. I don't have the new version, but I am pretty sure you have the information from the agenda that you have received. And there was proposal to change the muzzle and the chin, and also the structure of in the standard of the MAU. But of course, we had to say something about the structure, so that was removed, and now there is a change only in the chin, which is better described, and in the yeah, thank you, and in the muzzle. Fantastic, thank you. So the muzzle is now described as that merges into the existing wedge of the head, slightly rounded. And the chin should be firm, the tip of the nose and the chin form a vertical line. So that is the change in the MAU standard. The proposal about the changing in the scale points of the standard didn't pass. Oh, actually, sorry, it was withdrawn, because that will be worked out later on with the Judges and Standard Commission. Thank you. Then we have completed the work in the standard to delete all the generic folds. You remember last year we did this big job with this big work with many standards, and there were some left out. So we worked on them this year. And in the Chartreux, the Cymric, and the Manx, in the Ossicat, Snowshoe, Sokoke, Devon Rex, German Rex, and Japanese Bobtail. there will not be any longer generic foals. And when we say generic foals, we basically mean those foals that leads nowhere, that have no consequence, that are the opposite of what the standard describes. So totally useless from our point of view. We have also basically redone the Mau and Kummerik standard, Manx and Kummerik standard. We have done many changes in this standard because we realized that it was really needed. Some description was really not valid, not enough to describe the breeds. And we have also introduced something very important in this breed, which is the Longi variety into the judging and into the show system. So they will be shown, they can be shown, and that is, of course, a good improvement from the health point of view. Everybody was happy with this proposal. So we will see also, hopefully, quite some Longi, Manx and Kummerik on the show. I will not go into the details with the Manx because there will be a lecture soon about it. Then Satu will give it, so she will take care of giving more explanation. Sorry. Then we have also, together with the breed councils, of course, updated some descriptions in the Devon Rex standard. Basically, we have removed the word "very" from the description of the length of the nose, which is not any longer very short, but it's just short. Again, this is in compliance with the work that we're trying to do to make these breeds look less extreme as possible. So, and that is one of the things. And the other one is that we introduced something which was already there some years ago, I think, about the bare patches. So that these bare patches are allowed up to 12 months of age. So these are the main things. There are also some other little things, but basically is also the introduction of some X folds into the description of the standard, which is the same that we have done for the Ossicat. The Ossicat Breed Council also wanted to delete all the generic folds of the breed, and they just wanted to keep some of them. So these little things, little descriptions are being introduced into the Ossicat standard, but basically the meaning of the standard, the descriptions didn't change at all. It's just a little integration of a few sentences. The last breed that we have been working on has been the British long hair and short hair coat description, coat texture description, mostly on the long hair, which has now a quite shorter description. And yeah, and that was all these changes in the standards, of course, have been done in cooperation with the Breed Council. So we were very happy about this, and especially that the Breed Council have been really very active and have been cooperating with us quite well, and it was a kind of success. And with this, we complete the work on the standard and on the generic folds. So we hope that they will stay as they are now for some time. A few other changes in the rules. We have now in the breeding registration rules. This is just for your information. When there will be a breed which is under recognition or variety under preliminary recognition, The deadline for the Greek Council to send the paper to the commissions is now 1st of November. Used to be January, I think. Now it's moved a couple of months before, just to give the commission time to examine thoroughly these papers that we receive. And another new thing is the introduction of a DNA test for the, again, for the preliminary recognized breed and variety, but a variety, I think, not breeds, varieties. When we have a DNA test that confirms that a cat is a certain variety, that must be valid. So it's going to be accepted no matter what's in the pedigree, basically. Yeah, that's what I said. Now, I have a few more. There was a proposal from Czechia about student judges, for student judges. And this is that student judges will have to do one category at a time for at least 1 year. So they start with one category, they stay in that category for 1 year, and then they can start and apply for being student in another category. We think this is quite a good thing, because we think that students should actually really concentrate on the beginning on what they're doing and the process, what it means to be a student judge, the organization of this kind of activity. So for 1 year, they will stay on one category only. Then, good news for some students. The snowshoe has been introduced in the rare breeds list. So the Judges and Standard Commission will provide also this lecture for students that want to have it, because actually snowshoes is probably the most rare breed we have, according to our show statistics. And we have introduced also something which we believe is quite a good idea for all the judges. And this is updated session for judges. So we will do at least once per year online updating session for all the judges, where not just updates will be done, not just informations about the past rules and changes in the standards, but also some other items can be discussed, like mentoring, or everything which is about the judging. And this will be organized by the Judges and Standard Commission. There is no time frame. I mean, after GA, I guess, after each GA, but they will decide when exactly, and it will be valid as activity when a judge wants to act as an examiner or supervise a stage. So this is something we think quite good for all of us. Then we have this. There was a proposal from Slovakia, which was about the show reports, the language of the show reports, but that was very easy to go, because it was just a matter of an and an or. So the show reports supposed to be in one of the FIFe languages, and then whatever. So English, French, or German, and then another language. So we are talking about the header of the judges' report.
No, we're talking about all that.
The header, yeah.
And on each row also.
Okay, the judges' report, the whole thing. Okay. We have then another nice thing, I think, which is allowance for preliminary varieties and breeds to participate in World Show, which is something that we think it's very good for promoting these breeds and these varieties. Of course, we have to be careful, because this means that this cat will come on our table and they're not supposed to be nominated or go to the panel, but they can have their best in variety, of course. But we have to be careful with this. It can be somehow tricky. And then the last one is just a technical tease of one of the rules in the number of cats that we are allowed to judge. This is not so important, but still, instead of writing per show, it's now written per day. So it's 40 cats per day instead of per show, which makes it a little bit more clear also that even if when we have 2 best in show per day, it's the total amount of cats still stays 40 for the whole day. Well, those that we have to judge. And this is, as far as I remember, the whole information about the proposal approved, but I just want to have a few more minutes to show you something interesting that we have here. And also I would like to have the presentation on, and it's, I don't know how to speak about it. Okay. I have to move from here, sorry. Yeah. Okay, so we take this opportunity, and it's also in the rules that we are supposed to give a short lecture about the breeds that have been preliminary, or the breeds or the varieties that have been preliminary recognized. So probably most of you already know, but we have some preliminary recognized varieties, and one of these is the charcoal in the Bengal, which you will see. I will show you quite some pictures of them here, but there is also a lively one over there somewhere. Yeah, there. And then there will be also a short presentation about the Siberian and the Neva in the Corin color later on today. But for now, we will start. Is this one? Okay. We will start with introducing to you the charcoal. This is a variety that, if you remember, some of you may remember, has been already presented some years ago in Bratislava by Marie. And what is a charcoal? Charcoal is Bengal with a very special dress, as I say. It is. It has a darker back, which goes also down to the flanks, and that going down varies a little bit. It can depend also on the age, how low it can go. And we call this cape. And they have a darker face mask, which sometimes we call it Zorro mask, but it's the dark that you can see on the first boy over there, with a black nose and all the nose dark. And with this coloration, the spectacles of the eyes comes out very, very strong in contrast in the color. So that is the reason for calling that the mask. Very, very short, because this is not my cup of tea, as I would say. But as you know, the Bengal is a result of breeding between Asian leopard cat and domestic cat. That's at the beginning of the story. And the Asian leopard cat contributed with this gene, allele, which is called APB. And the domestic cat, of course, contributed on the agouti gene with the A, small a, so for solid black, for example. And that means that the combination of these two, APB APB and A gives the charcoal. There is no other way to have it. Any other combination, APB, APB, or it's not charcoal, it's called something else. And scientific investigation over charcoal is ongoing still, so we don't know how the inheritance take place. So probably the charcoal, it's not completely dominant over non-agouti. And so that is, to obtain a charcoal, you don't need to mate two charcoals. That is what I was talking you about. APB doesn't always make charcoal. So you need a carrier of A to have it. But this is just a very short information on it. Of course, you will find a lot more if you look at it. And of course, we have Leslie here, so maybe we can also ask her if she has some more updates, for example, on the gene. So what I wanted basically to show you is what we have done as Judges and Standard Commission on the description of the charcoal. As you might remember, we have changed the code last year, which was T, like the amber, and now we have it as 14. Since last year, we have it as 14. So 14 is the code for the charcoal. We have updated a little bit the description of the pattern, also to include the pointed and the silver varieties, which were not mentioned at the beginning. And then we have, in the book, you will also find again this picture, which is the basic picture of charcoal, but it's not that realistic for the pointed, for example. And then we have the list of recognized varieties. We added 3 more remarks, because in these 3 remarks there is the description, the proper description of the charcoal. So in the book that you will find the preliminary variety described, the green book, you will find this new part with the description of ground color, pattern, eye rims and nose leather. Of course, referring to the cape, the mask, and how it looks like. I want just to show you a few pictures. This is just a regular charcoal cat as a baby and a little bit younger and adult. It's the same cat, to see how the mask develops. And this is the same cat, to see, also to show you how the cape develops and how far down it can go on the flanks. This is is there. This little girl is there, and that is a silver charcoal of 4 months old. And there you can see really nicely the back with the cape coming, very nice developing mask, and also the spotted belly. This is the silver charcoal variety. Fantastic color, in my opinion. They're really striking. Beautiful in contrast. And of course, the under color, I mean the pattern stay there, it's visible. So you just add something on top of it. So that is the another couple of pictures of silver charcoals. Here we can see young charcoals, a silver, a brown, and also a silver and a brown, just to see a little bit the difference in the shade of the cat. Yeah, they're really quite easy to keep apart. And now we see the interesting colors. This is not very often that we see. Mostly we have seen the regular brown, or we have seen maybe the silver, but we don't see very often this sepia charcoal. These are as babies on that side, on the right side, and here is as an adult. Baby sealed sepia. Of course, it's lighter. The sepia gene interferes on the intensity of the pattern. And here is again the same seal sepia cat with a very, very evident mask and some cape. On the pointed, the cape and the mask develop first, and the cape goes slowly, develops a little bit slower. Another seal sepia. And this is a silver seal sepia. Nice, huh? I like it very much. These colors are really fantastic, I think. Seal mink, you can see it from the eye color. You know that in the description of the body color of the seal sepia and seal mink, we are more or less there, huh? It's the same. But what keeps them apart is the eye color. Seal mink. And this is a sealed silver mink. And you can see the kind of powder on the little baby one on this left side. Sealed silver mink as a baby, as an adult. And here we have the snow. The development of the same cat, different ages. Snow, when they grow up. And as I said, the cape develops slower and it's less visible. It takes quite some time. And this is the sealed silver. And again, you can see this powder around the cat of the silver. Some more pointed charcoals. And can you guess the colors of these three? No? Who can guess the color? Come on. Leeds? Which one? And? Nope. Someone else wants to try? All right. The first one is a silver seal sepia. The second is a seal sepia. And the third one there is a regular charcoal. One thing to remember is that sometimes we have bangles which are quite dark or cold in tone of color, but they can't be mixed with the charcoal, yeah, because they don't have. Basically, they miss the mask, which is the most distinctive thing. And also remember that all charcoals can have both black nose and lighter nose. That, you know, the red, brick red color of the nose. This one? Yes. So you see the seal sepia has a little bit of brick red nose, and regular charcoal also is not completely dark, the nose, but so they can have both. So it is much better to keep into consideration the whole mask to identify the charcoal. And that is something I wanted to show you. What is the breed? Okay, so let's keep an eye on it. Okay? Right, thank you very much. This was for this part of the charcoal, and the little baby is somewhere around there. So if you want to have a look at it, you're welcome. This is a very good example of silver charcoal. Of course, it's a baby, so of course we don't see very much of the silver now, but it's coming, and yeah, Jödris will walk around a little bit. Thank you. Okay, there are some questions. In the meantime, just raise your hand and we try to follow. Birgitta. we need a microphone. Just a second.
Can you share these pictures for the judges, maybe in the judges group, in the on the Facebook? I mean, this PowerPoint, is it possible?
Yes, yes, yes. This
Cool.
will be available, of course. Okay, is there any other question? Yes, Yuri.
I have a practical question because the charcoal is clearly APB small a, but what happens or how do they look when they have APB, and how do they look if they have APB agouti gene? And where do we catalog them? Is this just normal bangles or just the phenotype then?
Well, we judge according to what we see. Yes, so we don't come. They don't come usually with a genetic test on our table, right? But the APB, they look less charcoal. They are the mask and the cape is less visible. They usually call it somewhere double charcoal, but that is lighter in color. It's not. I thought it was double in color, so more charcoal, more visible. No, it's the other way around. So when there is APB, it is much lighter than the girl here, for example. So you almost see, and especially on the pointed. So you have to judge them as what you see. And I understand that they might be judged as charcoal, but not good charcoal. That because they will be probably entered as charcoal, but they don't have enough points for mask and cape.
Obviously, there will also be born some solid Bengals because of the little a. So they will not be shown, but they will be used for breeding.
Yeah, well, I think this is a matter for the breed council to, discuss. I think, of course, the melanistics, as how they call it, are born. They're quite frequent, I must say. But yeah, it's just another variety. I don't know if they will want to have it, but it's up to them. Yeah, they are born, yes. Any other question? All right. We're pretty in time. All right, you can still enjoy a little bit of her. But I would welcome Professor Leslie Lyons. Welcome, Leslie. It is a real honor to have you here with us. Thank you for accepting. And yeah, that is for you, and we are just leaving. Thank you.
Leave both. Yeah. Leave both, and I'll need a changer. A changer. Okay. Well, good morning, everyone. Wonderful to see familiar faces and people I know. So I'm quite pleased to come over and provide these lectures for you, and just general have discussion. That's what I'm here for. Is I'll be here all through the day, and happy to chat with anyone about really any of the genetic issues that you're thinking about. And I'll tell you about some things that we have going on in the scientific community that will probably directly help you as well. Now, before we get to my presentation, I'd like you to go back to the previous presentation, and I'll mention a few things about charcoal for you. Okay. So charcoal is something that our lab worked on and discovered the DNA variants for. And yeah, it's coming. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, great. And so yeah, the description was perfect. So that's exactly kind of what's going on with these cats. And so yes, certainly you should realize that the mask and everything, especially when you're talking about the pointed, the minks and the sepias, is going to come in over time, just as it would in a Siamese cat as well. And then also keep in mind that just like a Siamese cat, you're going to be able to alter that presentation by what temperature you bring the cat up in, and what temperature the house is, and what exposure that cat will actually get. So you can then alter a little bit the phenotype of what these charcoal Bengals will look like. I wanted to mention the APB. Okay, so why did we do that? Because the true genus species name for the Asian leopard cat, I know everybody puts ALC all the time, but is Prionoralis bengalensis. Okay, so that's what the P stands for, and so it's P. bengalensis. Some people say, oh, it's Felis bengalensis. No, that's not the proper term. It's Prionoralis bengalensis, and that's why it's APB. Now, there's also an allele out there for the serval as well. And so we shall see what happens kind of in the savanna cats also. So I want to mention that when these two alleles are together, they don't quite work right. That they're not quite working right, and we get a new and different phenotype in our charcoal Bengals, and that's actually called allelic incompatibility. So you have one allele, one DNA sequence that is from the Asian leopard cat, and one DNA sequence that is from the domestic cat. And those two aren't working quite right as we normally expect, and you get this really beautiful presentation. But I wanted to point that out to you because people then, well, why do we have sterility in our early generations of Bengal cats? What's going on there? And a lot of it's probably allelic incompatibility, that the DNA sequences for, say, an androgen receptor is not quite right between a domestic cat and an Asian leopard cat. And when you put them together, then they don't work so well, and you might end up with infertility, right? So that goes on for a couple different generations, and that's what we think is one of the roles of what happens with these cats. And so I don't think you had any examples of cats that were APB, but these cats are actually really fantastic looking rosetted cats. All right, when you get those cats up on the show bench that really just have really cool what looks like little leopard cat markings, those will be the APB I all right? And so that's pretty much what I wanted to mention. All the other, I love seeing all the pictures because I never get them see them all side by side and stuff, and I'm never quite sure what's been bred into them, and we've worked with Bengal cats because also these cats have an inherited blindness. And so that's really, remember, my original goals are to work with inherited diseases, but we do fun things along the way, and that's work with the coat colors as well. And so when you do the genetic test for this, the DNA sequence between the leopard cat and the domestic cat is different at several different positions within the agouti gene. And so some of these laboratories will just test one, some will test the whole thing. It doesn't really matter because any one of those mutations will demarcate that this is a leopard cat allele versus a domestic cat allele. So that's kind of in the background. So we know the whole DNA sequence for a goody is different for a leopard cat. So that also means a lot of the other genes too. And so we have to be careful when we're working with dilute or with silver or with chocolates. You know, these genes can be different too at the Asian leopard cat as compared to the domestic cat. So good genetic testing laboratories have to be aware of that. And when they set up their genetic tests, they have to be aware that there could be leopard cat mutations that may make their genetic test fail and not be as accurate. But most good laboratories know that that's what's going on. But here you can see an example of it really happening in front of your eyes. Yeah. Any other questions about charcoal? And I'll go back to the yes, please.
Hello. Yeah. You mentioned in the beginning that it's temperature dependent. Is it so?
Oh, only when you add in the points and sepia and stuff like that.
Yeah,
that's the temperature sensitive part. Yeah. Yeah. Anything else? Okay. All right. So we'll go to my main presentation then. So I've had the pleasure of speaking with several of your members throughout dinner last night and have learned a few things that you have passed along the way. And so one I'm very happy to hear about is the spasticity in the Devon Rex, that you're actually genetically testing for that now. And so here's an example of it. There's 3 Sphinx cats that are called Bros, Chandler, and Joey, if you recognize those names from the TV show Friends, right? And so you'll see, so these cats have a generalized muscle weakness, and when they get tired, they rest like little chipmunks and stuff. So that cat is tired, and so it puts its paws up some rests. And you'll see that their scapulas will start to stick up quite high as the cat gets more and more tired. You can see and their head tends to drop a lot as well. And then they do these poses a lot as well in order to kind of rest their front part of the body. So this would be exactly the same in the Devon Rex as well. And so I would encourage you, so when you pass your rules for genetic testing, you have to be aware of what other outcrosses are involved with those breeds, and maybe the genetic testing is appropriate for them as well. So if you've done this for Devon Rex, you might want to consider down the road that this might be needed for Sphinx, but that all depends on your registration body and how much outcrossing you allow with these cats and stuff. It's a very sad loss for these cats. They generally die within a couple years, and they generally are dying from pneumonia because of regurgitation and getting food in their lungs and stuff like that. And you'll come home and they'll just be dead. And so that's quite nice. And so this was something that, again, my lab worked on, and also Marie Abbott-Ball's lab worked on, which we're going to talk a lot about her work today as well. Okay. All right, so I do want to remind you that our funding for our research it really is mainly now coming from donations and from doing the silver test, but every cat has always been supporting our lab, so they provide funding. The NIH, as you've probably heard in the U.S., there's all kind of crazy things going on there, but also they had told me several years ago that they were kind of done sponsoring what they call large animal models research for cats and dogs. And so really I haven't had NIH funding. Now I can get it for a very specific project, such as we just finished working on polycystic kidney disease and finding that we basically found that we can control that by a good diet. And so if the cats are on a high ketogenic diet, which if you think about a cat, well, a cat's diet is a ketogenic diet, meaning very high in protein and fat and very low in carbs. That's what a cat would naturally eat. And so that probably explains why so many cats can live pretty much a normal life, even though they have polycystic kidney disease. And now that mutation has, since I think the test came out in 2004, and it's very rare now. It's less than 5% in the Persian populations, and this is from data from both Mars and the UC Davis VGL, that over the years we've been able to slowly eliminate it and get rid of it. And I think the only time we see it now is people that are unaware or are never going to test in the first place, or someone that's new and doesn't realize they have to test. But it should be something, if you have a positive test, you should monitor your cat with ultrasound to see how bad they're getting, and then maybe put them on a real high ketogenic diet and stuff. So you can funding for cats and dogs for particular diseases can be obtained from the NIH, but my funding has stopped from them. And then we always work with the pet food companies, and then a lot of our money comes in for through donations from you guys as well. Just some of the projects that are being worked on by various different people. So over here are the ones that we've kind of been working on. We're also working on Burmese with the stretchy skin type disease. It's called Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. So if you ever come across one of those, I would love to hear about one of those cats. And then Toso Lieb at Bern, and Marie Abbott-Ball in France, and Brian Davis down at Texas A&M. There's a whole group of people, Royal Vet College and other groups, that are interested in diabetes in general, not only in Burmese cats, but diabetes is a very common disease for random, just any old kitty, right? And but that's a bit more complex. And so we're certainly trying to answer some of these questions, and always welcome samples to come forward, particularly the ragdoll with one kidney and one uterine horn. Something you have to be very careful about, because they still have both ovaries. And sometimes the veterinarian will go in and say, well, there's no uterine horn on this side, we're good. Well, no, you got to go find the other ovary, because it's there. And then if that's there, the cat's going to keep coming into heat, even though you've spayed the cat. So so you have to be aware of that. So the silver test has been out now for quite a while. So both my lab runs it, and I guess the group in China also runs it as well. Our lab runs it for slightly higher cost, but I hope that you realize that we are not a commercial service, and the money doesn't go into my pocket. So the money is going into the pockets of students who are working on these other diseases that you hope we solve. And so, and that's also why you'll see when you ask for our genetic test, we'll ask for pictures of the cats, and also to put information about other colors of cats, the cat's weight, the gender, and eye color, and things like that, because we're trying to develop other projects with that data as well. And then it also helps us, are we doing well with the test? I sit down and often I see every test that goes through, and we'll sit down and say, okay, does that look like it matches or not? And many of the times it's like, I don't know. That's why they're doing the genetic test. They don't know, and I don't know, so that's why we need the genetic test. So many times it's not obvious of whether the cat would be silver or not. And it's like, well, perfect. That's why it should be used. So so hopefully you'll consider that when my lab does it, you're feeding into science and further research as well. And then the orange mutation came out. The orange mutation actually has been known for quite a long time, but then two groups came out simultaneously with publishing it, and I think it just got actually published in the journal just a couple weeks ago, Current Biology. So both Yaz Nakamura's group and then Chris Kaler and Greg Barsh's group came out with orange, two really nice papers showing different approaches to get to the same answer and stuff. So you have two teams that have really said, yes, this is the mutation. So it's quite interesting. It's a gene that we all have. Humans have the same gene, but the mutation is one of these big pieces of DNA that gets shoved into the middle of the gene, and it affects the regulation of the gene somehow. And so even though we have the same gene, our GAP36, we don't have this big chunk of DNA that's shoved in there in the wrong place, and so it's not messing up the alteration. And that's why cats have orange. So with that said, do you realize all your coat colors, you have a genetic test for every one of them now, right? They're all out. I think the only thing that would be left would be the original golden, right? The original golden. That's still a little tricky, okay? And so, yeah, if you want us to work on that, get some silver tests, give us some money so we can work on the original golden, right? And then new things that come up, and you're seeing that happen all the time, all right? Just in our little lifetime here, we've seen charcoal, we've seen corin, we've seen the dominant blue eye, which I'll talk about a lot. And so we see these other new colors coming up. And that's because there's new populations of cats coming into the cat world. Lycoi occurred, and the Carpati, the Transylvanian cats, they're finding those cats all over the place as well. And I guess I've seen this new burnt orange. They don't call it burnt orange, but what are they calling it? Does anyone know what I'm talking about? It's a real deep orange. It's a real browny orange coloration. And I actually saw that at UC Davis in the cat colony that was there for food testing, right? And so you have to be careful because that might be caused by poor nutrition, because they would change the amino acid content of the food that they were testing. And it's like, well, is that a burnt orange cat? But there could be burnt orange cats too. So they use a better term for the color instead of burnt orange. But well, I've seen it before, and so yeah, it's probably not at the orange locus. It's something that's modifying an orange cat, right? So I want you to be aware that you guys rock, because you have all your colors. No other species can say that. You got it done, but that also means forensically that, if a cat did a crime, we can get, if we can get their DNA sample from a piece of fur or something, we can tell you exactly what that criminal looks like, So we even though it's a white piece of fur, we can tell you, oh, that's a charcoal silver Bengal is what that guy is, So no cats can do crimes, right? So all these DNA variants, I've told you about this place before. You should learn to get familiar with this. It's called Online Mendelian Inheritance in Animals, OMIA, and it's just a big catalog. So I love libraries. Don't touch that, okay? And this gentleman, Dr. Frank Nicholas, started this, and you can see that it categorizes all the non-human, non-mouse DNA variants that are available in animals. And so we can see that there's about 200 now that have been identified for the domestic cat. And so that doesn't mean you need to do 200 different DNA tests, right? So we're going to kind of go through that maybe a little bit later, how many really pertain to the cat fancy. But a good chunk of them, 45, 50 of them, are your coat colors and your fun things, your fur types, your ear types, and things like that. So those are completely optional for you, that whether you need to do them or not. So right there, you don't have to do those things, but those might be of interest for you to do. And so very pleased about that. And we can also see that all single gene traits, diseases and non-diseases, so they mean coat colors and things like that. In the cat, there's listed about 146, and we have DNA variants for a good chunk of those. And so we're pretty good in the cats. So we have almost all the phenotypes. Things we don't have yet, well, okay, so we do have to find Carpati. Both Marie Abbott-Ball and I are working on that together. We haven't found La Perm. I have a hard time finding American Curl. I've looked for American Curl a couple times and can't seem to find it and stuff. So those are the things that are still out there that kind of need to be done, but they're not of the highest priority as well. So just to show you, in the past just 2 years, and it's just the beginning of 2025, right? 35 different DNA variants have been found by all these teams that are working around the world working on cats. And 6 of them were coat colors, and 8 were diseases that will actually pertain to the cat fancy. So most recently in the Bengal cat, a type of epileptic encephalopathy was identified, and so that's the most recent one. And then in the Russian blue, REM sleep disorder was found in these cats. And then orange for all cats, Maine Coons with a type of skin disorder were identified. But see, a lot of things are also just found in random bred cats. And what we have to get the scientists to be aware of, and is something that we'll be working on, is somebody will write in a paper, oh, it's in a European short hair. And what they mean is a random bred cat from Europe, not a true European short hair. Or we'll see this say American short hair. No, it really means just a short-haired cat from America. So I kind of pay attention to those things, and I try to get this changed. But you're really not allowed to change it because that's what the paper says. That's what the documented paper says. But I'll call the investigator and say, did you really mean just a random bred cat? And they'll say, yeah. Well, most of the time they don't even know, right? So so we try to clean those type of things up. So most of your diseases are really actually found in random bred cats, right? So that tells you that your breeds are no different from a random bred cat. And then when you have something new pop up in your breed, such as this encephalopathy or this sleep disorder, come forward, get it taken care of, because we're pretty good at finding these DNA mutations now, right? And so we can find them perhaps so quickly that they really don't spread to the rest of the breed. Now, that also then puts us in a bit of a conundrum, and what I need your advice with is when we find a new disease mutation like that, and these are recessive. So remember, when something's recessive, you have to get the right 2 cats together in order to see the presentation. Well, that means it could be floating around in the background quite a bit, or it could be a recent mutation that just occurred in that person's line. And then they did some inbreeding, close breeding, and boom, there it is, right? So you can have either scenario. And for example, that spasticity that's in the Devon Rex, that's one of the first things I heard about when I got into cat genetics 32 years ago. And then it all went away. We couldn't find any cats that had it in the USA. And then about 7-8 years later, I moved to California, and here it pops up in these Sphinx cats. And they bring these Sphinx cats to me. And so we have it, but then it all went away. And the next thing I know, it's popping up in Europe all over the place. And that's why then Dr. Abbott-Ball got involved as well. So that shows you what happens with recessive traits. They can be lurking around in the background and you don't know they're really there. So does it become a recommendation that anytime we see one of these new traits, should this be a recommendation that, yeah, the breed should actually test for this? And probably to be safe, we might want to say yeah, we probably should and see whether it's clean or not, so, but it's going to be hard for some labs to keep up because how they do their genetic testing is with something called a DNA chip. And if that test isn't on that DNA chip, they have to use up all those chips before they make a new chip, which would have the new test on it. Where other laboratories like UC Davis VGL, they use chips, but they use other techniques as well, because not every DNA test will work on a DNA chip. So you have to have more ways to do things, and so some labs do that and other laboratories don't. They just go with, this is the mass thing, this is what everybody wants. We'll just do the most popular tests and not worry about these lesser ones. So again, there's about maybe 37 to 40 now different diseases. So out of all those 200 mutations, really the cat fanciers need to worry about 200 of them. Or 40 of them out of the 200, right? And they are popular in different breeds. And so I also work with something called the International Society of Animal Genetics. And we're going through every one of these disease mutations, and a whole group of us are reading the original papers and trying to go through and say, how much evidence is there for each one of these DNA mutations? Because the idea is a DNA mutation has to be what we call pathogenic. We put a label on it. It's pathogenic. It causes disease. Sometimes, we really think it is, but it doesn't have the best evidence, but we really think it is. We'll call it likely pathogenic. All right. And so we're probably going to turn around and recommend, we're going to go through every one of these, and we already have. We've gone through all these DNA mutations for the diseases, and we have defined whether they're pathogenic, likely pathogenic, or what we would call benign. They don't really do anything. And do you have an example of a benign mutation that was originally thought to cause a disease? Yes. So the Sphinx ALMS1 mutation for heart disease, that's turned out just really to be just a variation in the population, and it really is not really well associated with heart disease. So the Sphinx cat does not have a genetic test for their heart disease at this point in time. So the only two that are holding up are the Maine Coon and the ragdoll mutations at this point in time. And so that's what this committee is doing, is to go through all of those and say yes, no, yes, no. And then we're going to turn around and say, breeders, this is what we think is the best practice. The best practice will be you test for everything in your breed that's a disease. Or a good practice is to test for these most common ones, right? And so then you get to decide whether you're going to be a best practice category or are you going to be a good practice category, right? And so something you can use for your own marketing, but it'll come down to what genetic tests do you actually check in your cats. And remember, once you have cats that are clear, you don't have to keep testing, However, you got to make sure you're using the right parents, right? So we all know, that can happen as well. And that was another discussion we were having also. Through all this EU Commission stuff and with the passing for animal welfare and stuff, we actually had a recent meeting in Italy, and we got to talk to the EU Commission. And we said, really, if you're going to do this and have a microchip database of all these cats coming in to the EU, really you should do it by DNA testing, because the microchip can be faked, they can be moved, or they can be lost in the animal, right? So all scenarios, but you can't cheat the DNA. Right. And so if you do it with a DNA test, then you'd be able to, but then eventually also once the database builds up, you'll be able to see from the DNA profiles, these cats are all coming from this one big farm in, Slovakia, right? So, so we can figure out, I know there's all the Slovaks sitting right up right here. Yeah, so right, so I just picked a word, right? So, you'd be able to eventually catch that. Where are these cats actually, or all the pets coming from, and making sure, do they have proper animal welfare for those animals as well? So, so we'll be using that, but the Cat Fancy doesn't use DNA testing for parentage verification. Maybe it's it's my whole life I've been waiting for you to do it, but it hasn't happened. But maybe that is something that can be more considered, but putting in some caveats that 1 in 10 human pedigrees are not correct, whether you know it or not. So that might not be your brother sitting there, right? Might be a half brother, right? So those things happen, and so we have to build that into the system that we know cats get out and do their thing, right? And so you shouldn't really be marked against you that those type of things happen. So we can think about things like that. So these are the ones in red are ones I had spoken about before. So often I get to talk with the World Cat Congress, and I bring everybody up to date as to what's the newest mutations that have come out. And so the 2 newest ones are this CAD mutation and then the Russian blue. But there now is yet another polycystic kidney disease mutation as well. Now, I just put a label on it here to say that it's different from PKD1. And so that's the next thing that the International Society of Animal Genetics is doing. So we formed a whole new subcommittee within ISAG, and it's on standardization of genetic testing for animals. And so it has 4 different working groups. One working group I already spoke about. They're going through and deciding, are these genetic mutations pathogenic or not, right? Then there's another group that's nomenclature. And so really, the first group doesn't really so much care about your coat colors, right? But the second group, the nomenclature committee, has to get the nomenclature correct for the alleles for the coat colors. So I'm under the impression that different commercial labs report things differently, and that's what we're going to try to get under control, is that if you're reporting this PKD1 test, well, there's PKD1, that's the common one that was found in Persians, but now this one was found in American Shorthairs, and it's a different mutation. So there's actually 3 different mutations that cause polycystic kidney disease at this point. And so depending on what breed you have is where you have to actually look for these. And so we're going to try to have a very common set of nomenclature for, like when you do long hair, right now you get M1, M2, M3, M4. There is actually M5. How did they get named that way? Just because one lab decided to do it, right? But how they named them was in order on the DNA sequence. Well, the new one came along and it was in between. So M5 is actually in between M2 and M3, for example, right? And so now that nomenclature doesn't make sense. And that's not the appropriate nomenclature to use anyhow. So there's rules made by human genetics and mouse genetics that this is the standard for nomenclature, and we're going to apply it to the cats and other species as well. But cats rock. We're going to be first. We're going to have all ours done first, and what we're going to do is use the things that we're not going to change a Goody to something totally different. A Goody's going to be capital A, little a, and the APB, right? But so we're going to say, does everybody agree with APB? Because I decided that myself and put it in a paper. And same thing with the dominant blue eyes. Dr. Abbott Ball, who is actually on the committee as well, decided what she was going to call her alleles for dominant blue eye and for Corin, right? And so we're working on that. And that meeting is at the end of July. So hopefully by the end of the summer, by the end of the year, we'll actually have a publication that will have these all listed. And so that's when you know, boom, okay, it's words from Moses. They're on a tablet. They have been published in a scientific journal. There you go. So so we're hoping to do that, and we now have to do it with some of the diseases because there's more than one mutation in the same gene for a disease, and we have to properly label those the right way. So this was what I was mentioning. This is just a draft, some ideas. There are some DNA mutations that maybe every cat should do. Even your random bred Moggy cat, right? So one of them is this ABCB1. Anybody ever heard of ivermectin sensitivity in animals? Collies, 4 white feet, don't treat. So ivermectin is used for worming, right? And not for COVID. It's used for worming. This, if you have a mutation in this drug, that affects the metabolism of that drug and that drug getting across the brain barrier, the blood-brain barrier, and so it can be. Cats have the exact mutation as the collies do, but they don't have as much ivermectin response, or I guess maybe not used as much in cats or something like that. Yeah. So should every cat get tested for that as a wellness test when you take your kitten into the vet for the first time? What else could you do? Blood type. Wouldn't you want to know your cat's blood type? You know? And so then factor 11 is a clotting factor. And usually before your cat goes into surgery, they do something to figure out your clotting time for your cat, right? They'll press on those mucous membranes and things like that. So we have a genetic test for some of the clotting factors. So these might be things that every cat, it's a part of a wellness test. So not whether it's a breed or not, just every cat should maybe get it. And then what we're worried about right now is CEP290 because, boy, that has spread. And what used to be only kind of like in the Abyssinians and Somalis now really has a high frequency in Orientals. And if there's something that I think you should really work on getting genetically tested, these cats go blind. But then, people argue, well, that's not the worst thing in the world. It's like, now think about that statement, Yeah, the cats get along pretty well. They might not go blind until they're a little bit older in life and stuff. But still, that's a welfare concern. So you really don't want that to happen. So then, which ones are going to be optional, which ones like this CRX. Why do I say optional? Because it really hasn't been found in Abyssinians since, right? It was found in an Abyssinian, put into a research colony, and never ever found again, right? So maybe not something you even need to test for. Some best practice things. And so we're coming up with the labels for these things, and we'll hopefully have that done by the end of the summer and stuff. Okay. So, again, best practice, breed, tests for everything. Good practice, the ones that you definitely know are in the breed. And then the question becomes what to recommend when variants are found so quickly that we don't want them to spread within the breed. So you might say, oh, well, I don't need to test for that. That was her lines and stuff like that. But you don't know when that mutation occurred. And so it could be floating around in the background and stuff. So it becomes, should you test, should you not test, and stuff like that. Okay. Any thoughts, questions before we actually talk a little more about dominant blue eye? Okay.
Hello, thank you very much for it. I have a question about the so-called wellness tests. Me as a Maine Coon breeder and very active in the Maine Coon community, of course, we the laboratories pop up the gene test for the blood clotting, and what happened was that a lot of breeders start to put out the cats from the breeding, but we were a little bit afraid if this is a really good choice, if these kind of tests are not like some kind of sign that there should be problem in case of some kind of like surgeries or something like that, and that when the cat has this, it doesn't mean that she doesn't need to be in a breeding and to be just aware. So do you think it is really needed to put out these cats from breeding, or just to make it as only as an awareness of this problem in these breeds, and to be sure that we know that these cats has these traits and we care about them with this knowledge?
Right. You have brought up exactly what this committee is trying to do, because these clotting factors are an issue for the cat. So, for example, there's factor 12 mutations as well. Cats don't even really use factor 12 in their clotting cascade. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. By the time it gets to 12, cats don't even really need that one, right? And so you have labs testing for that. There are mutations, but they don't cause a bleeding disorder in these cats, right? And so also with factor 11, they cause a little bit of a prolonged clotting time, but not really a bleeding disorder, right? So yes, that's exactly why we're doing this, and we're probably going to turn around and recommend that it's probably best practice to test and know, so that if your cat has to have a surgery, you already know, pay attention. That doesn't mean your clinic is still not going to do what they need to do to prove blood type and clotting times. They still should be doing that. That's their best practice. But should they be removed from a breeding program? I don't think so. That's my opinion. I don't think so. Because like I'm working with cats from Qatar, and we developing a new breed, and we tested every mutation, and some of them have this factor 11 thing. So it's in the normal population of cats. It's just a polymorphism in the normal pop. So you'll probably see us downgrade that to a benign variant, and then you really shouldn't be removing cats from the breeding program.
Thank you very much for assuring.
I have actually two questions. So one is concerned to PRR, and you said now it's spreading, like SEP 290, it's spreading a lot. So what your suggestion would be for Abyss, Orientals who already, we have mandatory tests for Siamese and Orientals breeds on this test. So what your advice would be for the breeders community? And the second question is, you mentioned this burning red. So what was the reason to find it? Is it was only because of the food testing which you saw, and how it can affect breeding in the future?
Right. Okay, so yeah, for the Abyssinian progressive retinal atrophy, PRA, right? Or they'll be called retinal degeneration. Maybe this is called RDY, which means retinal degeneration, right? And so, yes, you should absolutely be testing for that. And you need to slowly remove that from your breeding population. And so people thought, okay, well, just don't breed two carriers together. Well, that was correct. But the next part of that statement is now replace the carrier with a clean cat in the next generation. And you can't overuse that carrier, right? So you can't just like go, woo, okay, willy-nilly with this carrier. And I don't know, something like that must have happened, because the estimate in Orientals now is 30%. So that means 30% of your cats you can't breed with, because they're now carriers, right? So, and that's a very high number. So you can't just say, okay, get rid of all the carriers now. So you have to really reduce and replace, right? And that's what we did with PKD. We reduced and replaced, and now it's basically gone. All right. I think we could probably do it maybe a little bit faster, but we have to be careful because of, how big is the breeding population as well. So you don't want to lose lines. You don't want to lose anybody in the cat fancy. So you need to do it slowly and but with a very defined, yes, we're all deciding we're going to get rid of this because these cats do go blind. And people argue, oh, well, it takes them a long time. They might not be 7, 8 years old or something. It's like, yeah, but you're spreading the mutation, so, you don't want to do that. And maybe the other cat that it's with will go blind earlier, right? So, you just, that's something you really need to get rid of is the PRA. Yeah. Now, the burnt orange thing, why that came up, I just saw it on the internet recently. That here's this orange thing, and we were in the colony because we were building a genetic map. We weren't doing anything with co-colors at the time, and we noticed as like, hey, look at those guys, those are darker orange than these guys. And so it wasn't my research colony, it was UC Davis that had a big research colony of cats that were used for feeding trials. So how does Royal Canin and Mars, Purina, all those guys say that their food is AFCO tested, that it's appropriate for growth of kittens? They have a group of cats that they're testing it on, and they test the formula, and they weigh the kittens every day and say, yes, this is a good formula for these cats. And so naturally, within the colony, there was these darker orange cats. And but there were also cats with different colors because of different amino acid contents of the food as well. So we'll have to see what burnt orange is or whatever that orange color is. Yeah.
Morning, Leslie.
Morning, Eric.
The incidence in Orientals, you said, is 30%.
Yeah.
About what is the incidence in Siamese?
I think it's actually lower. I think it's lower in Siamese and lower in the Abyssinians as well. Yeah. And it's like it got into the Orientals, but you can see how it's in the Oriental. It's actually kind of like an Asian mutation. Yeah. And then the Oriental breeders just somehow mismanaged this mutation within their population.
I'm quite convinced that that why it's in Orientals is because they used Abyssinians to get certain patterns. Mm-hmm. I mean, the tick tabbies and everything.
Yeah.
But you probably know how they tackled PRA 30, 35 years ago in the beginning.
Yeah.
Yeah, but maybe a lot of people here don't. They just kept the males. They wouldn't mate them until they were 8, 9 years old.
Oh, geez, yeah.
And the poor guys were locked in cages, and then if they were not blind, they were used. Yeah. So thank God for genetic tests.
Yeah, now we can do it much more efficiently. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, I would like to know about PK deficiency within the breed of Singapura, because it's relatively small breed.
Yeah.
We have rather good tested population here in Europe, but you have much more data for sure from United States.
Yeah.
So that would be very interesting information.
Right.
And actually, and how many cats are really affected and how it shows up.
Right. Yeah. So PKLR. So you're bringing up the problem children for the DNA tests. All right. And PK deficiency, PKLR, which means pyruvate kinase liver red cell. That's what PKLR means. That is also a difficult one as well. I actually sequenced a cat to reconfirm, is this the only mutation in that gene that would be involved? And it is. It's the only mutation. And the thing is, it's a mutation that causes splicing of the protein. And so most of the time, the protein is working just fine. But sometimes the splice can go wrong, and you might have these problems with these cats. So it was originally found in, again, Abyssinians and Somalis. But we see it all over the place. We're also seeing it show up in Maine Coon cats. And this is one of maybe the benefits of doing these DNA chips, because when like Mars types your cat for, they type everything. And so you start seeing these things pop up in other breeds as well. And so, we can't find a lot of cats that are actually having the issues with pyruvate kinase deficiency, right? And so now this is exactly what we're going to look at. What should we do with that mutation? Should we say, is that a general one that every cat should test? Or we just realize, that's just really not causing any problems. We think maybe it's more benign, and maybe don't worry about it. Yeah. So, but that has to also, we have to have veterinary science weigh in on that as well. So I'm a geneticist, and we have to have the veterinarians weigh in as to what they think is the issue as well. So these committees are not just geneticists. We actually have expert committees that come in and tell us about clotting factors in cats, come in and talk to us about health aspects and whether we should do it or not. All right.
One more sub-question.
Okay.
If population is tested, and then you breed on with the negative...
Yep.
If population is tested and then you breed on, because we know that we have carriers, we kick out the carriers and we keep the negative cats. Do you think it can, after a while, somehow hidden occur again? It would be maybe clever to test, even though it's all clean, let's say clean. Could it enough after 5 generations maybe repeat test just to be on the safe side, or?
Okay, well, let's see. Let's help answer that question. Look at these dominant blue-eye cats, right? How many lineages are there at this point? Okay, so I'm going to tell you about 4 or 5 different mutations that have just popped up, right? And so can a mutation just reappear? Yeah, you might get the same disease due to a slightly different mutation in a gene you've already tried to clear, right? You can have the same mutation reoccur. That's rare in genetics, that's rare. But for example, if we talk about dwarfism, most human dwarfs are brand new mutations. So they're not born from dwarf parents, most dwarf humans, and 80% of the time they're a new mutation in the exact same place in the exact same gene. So why does that keep reoccurring? That's not true for our munchkins. It's a totally different story. But human dwarfism, we know that occurs. So yes, those things can occur. It'd be very rare. It'd be very rare. You bet. Was there one more before we start? Yeah.
Okay. Hi, I have a question about the Siberian breed. As I know, there is a huge research in USA regarding the ACM. And I know a lot of breeders are involved in the USA, but are there any European breeders also involved? Do you have also the European gene pool for the Siberian for this research, and probably how far you are with this?
Yeah. Well, so the key cardiologists throughout the world are, Jens Hangstrom in Sweden, Virginia Louise Fuentes at the Royal Vet College, Josh Stern at North Carolina. I'm probably forgetting some people. Milan, Italy has a very good observatory for HCM and stuff. And so if you can find people that do really good echoes, then they should be involved. And I guess you have palpeds that you're putting information into as well. And there are some standards but it's actually very hard to define the standards for HCM. And that's one of the things they argue about. So put all those cardiologists in the same room together, they're not going to get the same, thing for HCM. But, so I would say if you have a Siberian, Uppsala is not going to turn you away. They'll certainly do cardiology, and Royal Vet College isn't going to turn anybody away. And I would think probably there's people at Utrecht and Italy that could become involved. Yeah. Okay, all right. So let's talk about dominant blue eyes, which I hear you've already made a decision on that, and hopefully maybe I'll reinforce that decision for you. Okay, so I was like, oh no, am I going to get up and say the completely opposite thing, right? So first I'm going to let's step back a little bit and learn a little bit about melanocytes, okay? Melanocytes are cells that make pigment, right? And they're derived by something called the neural crest. I'll show you what that is. And they are very active during embryogenesis and throughout your lifetime, okay? So they start during very early embryogenesis, and they migrate from the neural crest, basically your backbone, because that's all formed first when you're a little embryo, and they migrate from there to different parts of your body. And they migrate dorsal to ventral, dorsal being your backbone, and then moving around to the ventral side of your body, because that's also how the embryo forms as well, all right? And they have multiple roles in the body, in the skin, in your iris, in the tapetum, the reflective layer in the back of your eye, in your inner ear as well, all right? And so we came up with this little schematic. So in a little embryo, we all look like this in the beginning. We all have like actually little tails in the beginning, and then the human tail goes away, right? And then there's these little areas on the neurocrest that are called somites, actually, and there's about 30 of them or so, and each one, this is where exon activation occurs too. And so when we talk about calicos and orange cats, one area might have the X with the black gene turned off, and the next area right beside it has the reverse, right? And so that's how you'll get these patternings of cats with different orange and black colors. But then when you throw in the white spotting gene and dominant white affect the number of melanocytes that develop right there at the neurocrest. And so if there's no melanocytes there, they can't migrate anywhere. Or if they're affected and disrupted in some way, they start their migration and then they kind of run out of gas, right? So they start at the back and they're moving towards the front and they run out of gas, so then you have those bicolor presentations, right? And usually what's the last place you can get to is the paws, right? And so you'll see, and that's why sometimes you'll have one little toe that's white, you know. When you have little white lockets and little white belly spots, that's your midline closure, right? And that's your face comes together in the midline. So often what are midline closure defects in humans? Cleft lip and cleft palate, right? And you guys know to look for cleft palates. Cats already have a cleft lip. They naturally have that, right? And then umbilical hernias, right at the that's a midline closure defect. Well, so is the little white spot, and so is the belly spot. Is the melanocytes didn't close, they didn't get there, and that's why you have that little white spot there, right? Is it bad? No, it's fine, so it doesn't really mean anything at this point. But that's how the melanocytes are migrating, and it's what we call stochastic. It's random, right? So there's going to be variation in every animal that is produced. How those melanocytes migrate, they might be pretty programmed, like you can get pretty consistent bicolors in your cats because you've selected for those. But each cat tends to be just a little bit different, and that's just the random migration of melanocytes during embryogenesis. So this is a picture of the neural crest. So your skin's kind of all folded over, makes your neural tube and makes your spinal cord and stuff. And then the cells kind of move along out here. This will be the skin that's going to develop. And that's where the melanocytes are. When they're in the inner part of the skin, they're going to go to the inner ear. And they'll also go to the iris, both to the tapetum in the back, and also to the eye in the front where the iris are. And so the gene involved with melanocyte migration and maybe also survival of the melanocytes, because you say, why do we have these cats with spots on the side but nothing connects them? And it's that maybe because the melanocytes above them died off. So we know that KIT is involved with white spotting, with gloves, and also dominant white. So 3 different mutations in this gene that affects melanocyte migration. And here's what I'm saying. Why isn't this black connected all the way up to why do you have a black spot here but nothing that connects it up to the back, right? And that's because we think KIT is also involved with melanocyte survival as well. And so those melanocytes died off very early and then have just they're not there, right? But so these patterns don't change. They don't change, but it's all set during embryogenesis. And this one, I love this one because look, it has the perfect little, right? It's showing you the midline closure of how this works. And so also in the back of the eye, you have melanocytes in the tapetum. The melanocytes actually take up zinc, and that zinc helps the reflection of the photons that come in through your eye. They get read by the photoreceptors, go through the photoreceptors, hit the tapetal layer, bounce back, and get read again by the photoreceptors. So that's one of the reasons why animals have better night vision than humans do, because they have that reflective layer in the back. And then cats that are dominant white, or you see this with the Siamese as well, you get that red reflex, right? The melanocytes haven't made it into the tapetal layer, and that's what's causing the red reflex in these cats. And so when we come to the dominant blue eye, you'll see that there's some cats that are called latent, and that's the owners recognized when they were kittens, they kind of had this red reflex in their eyes, and that's because there's probably an issue with the melanocytes in that tapetal layer, and that's one way you can pick up what's called these latent dominant blue-eyed cats. So they genetically type for the mutation for dominant blue eyes, but when they're adults, they do not have blue eyes, and they have no like white forelock or anything like that. So you think they're not dominant blue-eyed, but they actually have the red reflex. So that's telling you something happened with their melanocytes as well, right? And so, sometimes they get to one eye and not the other. And what we have to remember is there blue pigment? No, there's only black and yellow pigment. So what creates a blue eye? Well, your iris actually has 2 layers of pigment. And when the top layer isn't there, or sparsely there, if it's sparsely there, you have pigment going on the bottom layer but not on the top layer, then light has to reflect through more tissue for you to see it. And so that dark pigment is actually looking blue to you. It's the same reason why the sky is blue as well. So it changes the wavelength to a longer wavelength of light. So it's got a blue shift, right? And when your eyes are green, like mine, I have a little bit of pigment in that second layer as well, but not enough to make my eyes brown, right? So there's no blue eye pigment in these cats. Now, Siamese is a different story, so we'll talk about that in a minute. And then the inner ear, this cochlea, is where the melanocytes go for hearing in these cats. So it's called a neurosensory defect. So what that means is, there's little bones in there. Those bones aren't disruptive. That would be more of a mechanical defect for hearing, or your brain isn't affected. It's actually these receptors there in your inner ear that are affected with the melanocytes naturally occurring. And as you get older and you start to lose your hearing, which is occurring to me, That's because all the little hairs in here are starting to break down, and you can't hear the higher pitched frequencies as well as you get older. So those little hairs in the cochlea can't repair themselves as well, and so that's why you lose your higher frequency things first. And so I've noticed if I'm watching broadcasts of the news, I can understand when men are talking, but when women are talking, I'm like, what is she saying? You know? And so if I say that to you, there's a lot of women in the room, it's because I can't hear your higher pitched voice, right? So, Eric, I'll never have a problem with your voice, you know, so. Right. Or I'll be dead by then, you know, that won't have any hearing, right? So just to show you that, you know, these white spotting it's highly variable. These cats generally have 2 copies of the spotting. They have the van pattern, right? And cats that have basically no melanocytes, they have some, because they have yellow eyes or green eyes, or so they have some melanocytes, and we know that some of these cats can hear and some are deaf and stuff like that. So I wanted to ask you, all right, how can you make, and this is what it's all about, these dominant blue eyes, right? How can you make a cat with blue eyes? All right, so there's several different ways, and I want to see if you guys can come up with them. What's the first way you can make a cat with blue eyes? Points. Okay, so you saw that. All right, so points. All right, so points, we can make it. It's the little Siamese mutation, right? And so you have to at least have both carriers or parent, or, you know, 2 Siamese cats are always going to make Siamese offspring and stuff like that. It's what we call 100% penetrant. It will always work. You generally don't have a cat type for Siamese and not have blue eyes, right? So it has variable intensity because you guys have selected for the modifiers to make deeper blue eyes, but overall the gene is good. It can cause strabismus. That's cross-eyed, and nystagmus, that's when the eyes kind of shake a little bit. But breeders have been able to breed away from that as well. And but there is a question: do you think these cats have an issue with depth perception? Yeah, they kind of they're going to jump up on the table and they do this a little bit, and then they jump up, right? Where another cat just jumps up, right? So they might still have a little issue with depth perception. Of course, this is in many breeds and many different colors for point restriction. So just you guys know better than me what they're all in. But of course, this does affect the eye color as well. That we know our Tonkinese have more of a aqua eye, and the Burmese more of a yellow eye. But this can occur in many different breeds or so. But this also reminded me, these were just some cats. So when I teach lectures at the university, I get people to give me pictures of their cats so that we can talk through, and everybody loves to talk about their cat, right? You know, and then I get good reviews on my teaching, right? So everybody wants to talk about their cat. But this reminded me, okay, that I was explaining to the student, this is why your cat has this little bit of cross eyes. And that's because this gene also affects what's called the optical chiasma, all right? And so your nerves, your eyes, when you're looking at something, the reception of your eyes goes to both sides of your brain, right? So really your left eye is more registered by your right side of your brain and vice versa. But so that's the chiasma. So you have the eye reading both to the same side, but to the other side as well. In the Siamese cat, this is a little disrupted, all right? There's some registration of that, but not as good as what it should be, okay? And you've been able to select for more of this, and the better job you've done, the less cross-eyed your cats are, all right? So we know we can kind of select for that and get cats that are less cross-eyed. Okay, what's the second way you can get cats with blue eyes? Okay, white. All right, so that's the gene kit that we were just talking about. However, the penetrance is low, right? Maybe only 60%. This is really old data. This is something actually we should write a new paper about, is what percentage of cats that are white have blue eyes and what percentage of those are actually deaf. I mean, this is from like the 60s and the 70s. And then no one's ever done it ever since, right? So the penetrance is low. And you can also have odd-eyed or cats with dichromia, where half the one iris is blue and the other half of the iris is colored, right? It has a deeper color. And again, midline closure. Think about your midline closure. It happens in your iris as well. And deafness, you have to do a bear test to really know this well. I know everybody thinks, oh, my cat could hear. You could be unilateral deaf. Right. And so, yeah, the cat's going to register that it can hear. You're thumping on the ground or something. And the cat responds, but you won't know whether it's one ear or both ears that's registering sound. So really, all dominant white cats should have a hearing test, whether they're blue-eyed or not. Now, it'd be nice to figure out how much deafness is there in yellow-eyed cats or just normal eye color cats. Just research that's never been done. Probably that data's out there if we could gather it all up and talk about it. And but what about the vans and the bicolors? How often do you get totally blue eyes in a bicolor or in a van? It can occur. Commonly or rarely? Yeah, you see one and you go, woo-woo, right? You know? Okay, you're not like, it's not going to happen all the time, right? So yes, of course, it's affecting the migration, and there's more melanocytes in the white spotting cats as dominant white, so there's more opportunity for them to have normal eye color, but rarely it can occur that you can have the odd-eyed and the blue-eyed cats. Now, should you be testing those for hearing? Probably. Yeah, probably. So this is what we call a pleiotropic effect. Pleo meaning many, trophic meaning types. So it's affecting many types of tissues. This is a dominant mutation. It's generally it's a type of albinism. People generally don't use the word albinism, but albinism means lack of color. And then this is really old data and should really try to get updated. And so your vans have more coloration up on, and weird why it's always at the end of the embryo that the melanocytes are there, at the top of the head and at the tail. I don't know why, and but that's where they're still there. And so if they're on the top of the head, there's more likely they're probably going to make it to the inner ear and to the eyes as well. So the more coloration you have on the head, probably the safer you are with the hearing as well. All right. And one more way to get, one you probably not so common, one more way to get dominant blue eyes, or to get blue eyes in your cats. So it's a rare mutation in tyrosinase. So the same as Siamese, but there's two mutations known as C1 and C2 that cause recessive albinism. Now, what we have to realize is the gene tyrosinase affects the enzyme. Melanocytes are present. Melanocytes are there. But it affects the enzyme that makes pigment. And so the melanocytes are there, so you don't have any hearing problems with cats that are called full albinos. Sometimes you'll hear people call them, pink-eyed albinos. Oh, they're not pink eyes. There's no pink eyes. You can see the reflection, the red reflection in the back, right? So this is a mutation we found actually in the Orientals. There's no strabismus, no deafness associated with these guys, and it does cause a full albinism. It's an enzyme deficiency. It doesn't cause any other health problems with your cats. Here's an idea. If you want to have all white cats but don't want to have hearing problems, why not just replace this mutation in your cats that you want to have. Now you have to deal with a recessive as compared to a dominant mutation. But if we're going to talk about dominant blue eyes, where did the dominant blue eye mutations come from? Probably came from a bunch of random bred cats that then got bred into all these different lines. And people have been okay with that, all right? Well, maybe not completely okay, but it's been somewhat accepted. Where did the Corin mutations come from? Probably came from random bred cats, and they got put into the breeds, all right? So you guys do this when you want to do it, all right? So I don't know. That's just an idea. If you wanted to have all white cats that didn't have any hearing issues, and how much in Europe are you allowed to breed white cats? Aren't they forbidden in some places? Yeah, where are they forbidden? Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't hear any of that. Pardon me? Parts of Germany. Okay, all right. Two whites together? Yeah, right. Okay. Here, you could get rid of all that if you wanted to. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, get rid of develop. Yeah, you'd have to, you're probably going to have to bring this in from an Oriental breed. You would lose your type for a while, but you guys do that all the time. And and you wouldn't have a pointed cat. It wouldn't be a pointed cat. It'd be a dominant white cat, or it'd be a white cat, but recessive white. So how do you get blue eyes, but without a white cat, and enter dominant blue eyes, right? And so you have to admit they're pretty cool looking cats. The black cats with the blue eyes are pretty cool looking cats. Many lineages have been identified, right? And we're going to prove that genetically. And this very likely all came from random bred cats. Why do I say that? Because 10% at most, more like 5% of the world is fancy breed cats. 95% is random bred cats. Where are you more likely to find a genetic mutation? In the 95% that are breeding like crazy, right? And could it happen in a breed? Sure. It could happen, but it's more likely, so it's just a game of numbers. And so when you bring these things in, but that's also good because it does bring in genetic diversity. And so that's a good thing, and that's one of the good things about cat breeds. So the work I'm going to talk about, I've only been peripherally involved with. Marie Abbott-Ball has really been the leader of this, and Gabriella did the first paper. And so we're all kind of work together on this at this point. And 3 mutations have been published, and so one is this nonsense variation, and you're going to see that this is the biggest problem, definitely has been shown to cause deafness. These other 2 are mutations kind of like dominant white and white spotting. They don't affect the protein, but they're affecting the folding of the protein or the regulation or something like that. And so these other ones, one has been spread to a lot of different lines, and the celestial blood is in Maine Coons and a couple different lines too. And then Marie has just discovered another one, and this is also what we call a frame shift or a stop mutation. It's a pretty, we know this is really disrupting the protein, and so they're all in this gene called PAX3, and so now the Augustino line is now identified. And then us with doing our 99 Lives project, I just said, hey, out of the 500 cats in our project, what does PAX3 look like in these 500 cats? And I found one mutation that might be important. And so I gave that to Marie and said, hey, check this in your other lineages. Maybe that's a causal variant for these mutations as well. So let's talk about these. But before we talk about these, PAX3, I first heard about this again when I was just a baby at the National Cancer Institute, and Solveig Pfluger was my mentor. And she had these dominant blue-eyed cats, and they kind of had a weak chin, and their eyes were kind of a little wide apart. And she's like, these are Waardenburg syndrome. Solveig was actually ran a cytogenetics lab, and that lab tested all kind of stillborns and for genetic mutations. She knew about different diseases in humans because of her work in real life, right? And so this Waardenburg syndrome, it's an autosomal dominant mutation that causes an auditory and pigment disorder, and it affects the hair, eyes, skin, and also causes sensorineural, which is just like dominant white, hearing loss, and then has these wide set eyes as well. All right. So this is what this looks like in humans. And of course, a person with a dark phenotype with blue eyes, that's just really stunning and stuff. You can't really tell so much with some of these children that they have wide set eyes, but there's a standard. And so, when you're little, you're actually measured, and they will know whether you fit within the standard width for your eyes set apart from one another. So are we seeing this in the cats? I don't know. I just pulled these off the web. I would say maybe this cat might have slightly wide set eyes. I don't know about the Maine Coon. The Maine Coon's kind of looking kind of normal to me. This guy has an issue one way or another, right? But those definitely look to be wide set eyes, right? And so one of the first projects where Dr. Marie Abbott-Ball studied 117 of these cats, so a lot of them hanging around from 14 different lines, and that was where the first PAX3 mutation was found in these cats. And so you could see sometimes they have odd eyes, sometimes they have dichromia, can be odd eyes, or it can be this split eye type as well. The white spotting, very minimal. Is this white spotting because of dominant blue eyes, or is this white spotting because of low-grade white spotting? Something we're not quite sure about. And then also another mutation was found in the Elvis founder line, which she named, DBE, dominant blue eyes, with the superscript as that's the allele. And so when you're getting testing done, these service labs should be using this nomenclature. It's published. That's what it is. And if they're not, they're just choosing not to. But she's on the nomenclature committee, and as the discoverer, you get to decide what you want to name the allele, provided you use the proper nomenclature, right? So this is the real bad one that causes a stop in the protein, and so we know these cats are definitely affected with hearing loss. And so what we're seeing out of these variants is some cats have very minimal or no detectable white spotting. The blue odd-eyed color can be variable. Some with this particular lineage, deafness was checked in 47 cats, but you have to also be careful. Are people knowingly bringing you the cats that can hear? And then skewing the data. So you got to be careful with that. So actually, it's not 3. There's basically 5 different variants that are being worked on right now. Some of now they reported latent cats, and these are kittens with minimal to no white spotting, no blue eyes. So they've obviously getting past the point of having kitten blue eyes, right? And but they have that red effect, that red eye shine, all right? And they test positive for dominant blue eyes. So that means this gene does not have 100% penetrance. It has incomplete penetrance. Breeders called it latent, and the proper genetic term for that is incomplete penetrance. And we definitely know that this lineage has deafness. The other lineages, there's just has not been a lot of testing. And why? Is probably people don't want to know, or they don't want to admit it. And if they don't know, they can't tell, right? And but we have seen that when you start mixing these things, there has been deafness in a homozygote, but it's a compound, what's called a compound heterozygote, and also in the homozygotes here. So you don't want to make homozygote cats. You don't want to mix the mutations and make compound heterozygotes. And so this is just a problem. And, you know, bear testing it's a little, I don't know, it certainly can be done in cats. Some cats are calm enough that they'll sit still for it. You're just putting these little teeny needles in their head to do the bear testing and stuff. But it's a pretty good test. Here we can see that in Marie's paper. Here's a normal hearing cat, and then you can see here's a unilateral deaf cat. And so some of the signals are normal, and then on the other ear they're flat, and then there's no response over here in the bilateral deaf cat. So my recommendation would be do not accept the show for show and registration. Why start and put something you already know is bad into your cat breeds? And it's very highly unpredictable. There's many different variants, and certainly leads to deafness issues, and mixing the variants is going to be a problem. So we already know that there's legislation against deaf cats. There's already issues. We're trying to start moving into an area where we have better welfare for cats. So you're going to really be at the scrutiny of people at this day and age to bring in a new mutation that would cause, that you already know caused deafness in your cats. 100 years ago wasn't so much, that thought pattern, but now we have that thought pattern. So, and then this is just a slide to remind you, my last slide, that you guys know about modifiers. So why do you have this reduced penetrance? And that's because the genetic background, all the other genetics of the cat is different between any given cat, right? And so you know this because just look at the simple thing of blue cats. This is all the same mutation in Féline, but look at the tone and color of these cats. It's all different. And it's pretty consistent within each breed. So that means the breed has very consistent genetic background that you as breeders have selected for and made fixed within that breed. But it's different in the Korod, and it's different in the British Shorthair, all right? So that means every gene is modified by other genes and interacts. Some genes just have really big, strong effects, and that's what we call single gene traits, and most of the things you deal with are basically single gene traits. But this explains why HCM has the problem of it has crazy onset. Sometimes it has no onset whatsoever. With the blindness, some cats get blind earlier, some cats get blind later. Well, I love when you talk about Scottish folds. Oh, well, my cats don't have that issue. Well, maybe you're the one lineage that doesn't. But then you're going to now share that lineage. You'll change the genetic background, and it'll all start over again. So that's the last slide for this part of the presentation. We'll talk more in the afternoon, but happy to take questions until you're ready to move on. Yeah.
Thank you.
You bet. So it's 11:07.
We are actually a little bit late. We should have a coffee break now. But if you have, of course, some questions, I ask you to be fast, and we can go on with it. Anyone? No, everybody wants to have coffee break.
Everybody wants their coffee. Go get your coffee. Okay.
All right, let's have coffee break. Thank you. Thank you, Leslie.
Please wait, please wait.
Yes. Before the lunch break, can please the following people or members come to me? Belina from Argentina, Brazil, Rodrigo or Carlos, Elena for Belarus, China, Mona or Yujan, Indonesia is not here, Iceland, Mexico, Moldova, Malaysia is not here, Russia and Ukraine. So I can give you the rosettes, but before the lunch break, yeah?
It's better to
Thank you, everybody, for coming back. Please take your seats. And just a short info. Can you please listen just a second? I gave you wrong information about lunch break. Apologize for that. And as you can see from the screen, which has now the correct time schedule, lunch break is 1 hour from 12:30 to 1:30. Okay, so please come back, take your seat, and I give the floor to Satu and the presentation about the standard of Manx and Cymric.
Okay, this is one of our minority breeds, Manx and Cymric. It's not very many registrations per year in FIFe, but it doesn't make it less important. I call these cats hairy bowling balls, and I hope you will see on some pictures why. The history of Manx, you know, it is very ancient breed, and it's from Isle of Man, and it has been there since 16th century, where the sailors found those strange-looking cats. And you know, there is a lot of legends how this happened, that it is they left their tail between the door, and then that's why the babies were born without tail, or that they are crossing with the rabbit, and that's why they have those funny tails. All kinds of these cute stories, but we of course know it's just a mutation long time ago without people interfering to it. And then the long-haired gene probably came from Norway with Vikings, and it's a long time. They are shown already in the 1800s, and first Manx standard was published 1903. And FIFe, in FIFe, Manx is one of our oldest breeds, 1949, and Cymric was, we dealt the matter at the Malmö GA 2005, and the cat got the certificate status 206, so 20 years ago. Temperament on Manx cat. It's one of those breeds which people describe dog-like. I just don't like that wording, because cats are cat-like and that's it. They are very friendly cats, easygoing, and love their families, of course, when they are treated well. And they go well with other cats, with dogs, and easy cats. And because of the body structure, they are very good jumpers, and kind of when they start running, sometimes it is really a kind of explosive start, and that is because of the higher hind legs, which often are really strong. And this is our new standard, and you know how it is. The black text is staying the same. The red overlined is deleted, and then the blue is what we added, the new text. And the important things on this is, of course, that for ears we give now 5 points separately, and we have the tail version, so the long geese are now recognized. And it was earlier, it was 25 points for the tail or absence of tail. Funny, you give points for something that doesn't exist. But it was kind of moved to the head and ears. And no, we will go deeper on these matters, but you of course find this text on the proposals. And here is how the points in the standards are divided starting next year. Condition, ears, eyes, 5, 5, 5. And then we have these important parts. Body is really 25 points. It's a big part. And then again, head, coat and tail, they are equal, this 20 points. And then details. Okay, Manx and Cymric head. The shape, it's kind of, the head is rather large, it's round, and it has high cheekbones. Forehead is rounded, not round, but rounded. The nose is broad, medium long, and there is a slight curve under the eyes, but there is no stop and no retros nose. And you will see on those pictures there, of course, the long hair head looks a bit more broad because of the hair than the short hair version. And of course we all know the male cats have always broader heads, bigger heads than the females or kittens, but that's in every single breed. That's nothing special, just on Manx. Ears, they are medium in size. They are open at base and they are tapering to a rounded tip. A placement of the ears, they are widely spaced and set slightly outward. And when I think about Manx and Cymric, I see like rocking chair curve on the ears. That is my way to kind of see it. I don't know. I hope you can see it on those cats. On the kittens, of course, like every breed, you see the ears a bit more high, more upright set, and then when the head grows, the ears will turn. Same like more or less each breed. The eye shape. Earlier the text was fairly large and round, but actually we don't see round eyes on these two breeds. They are rounded and they are medium large. I think it could be this round was kind of coming when people were thinking the breeding Manx was together with the British, and there of course the head style is different from Manx, and some lines got these really very round eyes. And of course the eyes position, they are very little, they are kind of little slanted, so the inner corner of the eye is a bit lower than the outer corner. But I think in these 4 pictures you can see very, very beautifully the eye shape and the expression. And I'm unhappy we couldn't change the color description of the eyes and the coat color, because that was what the breed council and the Manx breeders wanted, but for some reason it was dropped out from the first version you guys got, and not everybody did see that part and didn't even couldn't even follow what was the talk about the colors and why to limit the colors. That's sad, but perhaps we can next year come back with this matter, because they wanted to kind of avoid dominant blue eye system that was there. That's why they didn't want to have blue or odd eyes for 03 and 09 colors. Okay, and then the body. Here is your, or at least my bowling ball. They're balanced cat. They are very rounded, solid, compact, and they are very muscled cats. They have a very broad and well-developed chest, and on flanks they are really with a very good depth. Back is compact and short, but of course it has to be in balance with the whole cat. And the rump is beautifully round and broad. And now what we have, this long-tailed version, longy, they have a little bit longer body than these tailless or stumpies, rumpies, of course, because they don't have that Manx gene they're affecting. And here you see again some body styles of these Manx and Cymbric, short hair, long hair version. I have one time I have seen one a Manx neuter boy who was absolutely far too short. So it was like the big head and then the body, it was far too much. So there has to be the harmony still on even if it's short and the body. And you can see very well the depth and the broadness of the chest on these cats. Their legs are well muscled, and the high legs are higher, and there is that nice curve from the hips to the rump. Forelegs are a little bit shorter, and because of the broad chest, there is a really they are well set apart. And the paws are round. This little kitty shows it pretty well here. Of course, when we get these cats to the table, the age is important. When we have the young cats, we can't have the same strong structure like when we have adult males or big neuters. But still, the whole harmony has to be there. But judging, as our rules say, the cats according to their age. Here are the 3 varieties we have today for the shows. 51 is rumpy, and there is no tail. At this moment we have in the text still that in the rump there is a definite hollow at the end of the spine, and we wanted to get rid of that, of course, because of the health matter. It's not really necessary, it's not needed, it's not good for the cats. So therefore it was kind of changed to this very simple wording, absolute absence of tail. Rampirizer. And there is a little kind of sacral bone that you feel with your hand. It's not really a tail, it's caudal bone, and it still gives the kind of, when you look at the cat, you think it's a cat without any tail. You can see the roundness so pretty well, but like in this picture, the hair is perhaps a little bit kind of up on her rump. Then the Stumpy. We have this limit 3 centimeters, and it's really very short. So, but they can move the tail, and it still should not have any kinks. So it should be kind of a normal shape, even if it's so really mini. And then we have the Longi, and we put the text there, tail of medium length. It doesn't mean half tail. It means medium compared to the body length of the cat. And it has been in Finland, when our Manx breeders, they were showing the long-tailed versions to our judges, and it really was confusing, because they were kind of, what should we do with this one has a tail? And yeah, if you read, it is now an X variety, and we tried to explain the standard. This is what we are kind of hoping, and please describe what you see. But it really took a long time for those few cats that were there when they were judged. But it is just of medium length. It's straight, it's flexible, no kinks, no bends, just a normal cat tail, I would say, in proportion to the body. Again, the coat, we wanted to change something. On Kymric, medium length double coat, soft, silky overcoat. Undercoat is soft and well padded all over the body. And of course it is it starts gradually become longer from the shoulders to rump, and these cats have little knickerbockers and collar, and as they are long hair cats, they have the ear tufts as well. And now all color varieties and patterns are permitted, with or without whites, and that was the part where the breeders wanted to limit. They didn't want to have chocolates or pointeds or those, because that was not the original for this breed. The same like we have the Norwegian or Siberian or Maine Coon. They didn't want these colors, but I hope next year we can come with this proposal. And like we had one pointed Manx in Finland, but that is a novice cat found somewhere. So we can guess how it popped out. But this is not... 1949, when we recognized this breed, we didn't have all these newer colors, so no, we'll see how it goes. But today you can accept whatever color. And then the Manx, they have double short glossy coat, softer undercoat like every breed, and then springy top coat. And again, they're all colors recognized. And I tried to find pictures that describe that you could see how the coat structure and length is on these cats' pictures. So there is good kind of volume in the coat, but it's still shiny. And there are two friends, long hair, short hair, black and white. And here, Rumpy and Rumpy Riser are judged together. Stumpy, separate, and now this Longy, 54, also separate. So we have kind of 3 variety for show certificate. But you still need to see the difference between Rumpy and Rumpy Riser. They have to be registered a correct way to compete. So you need to check that when you are judging these cats. And when we are judging these cats, I think the right way is to check the cat. When you lift it to your table, you let your palm glide from the back down to the rump, and you feel if it's a Rumpy Riser or Stump, you don't need to go and kind of dig. The breeders hate when they see a judge going there and really kind of starting to dig if there is a tail or not tail, and so it's very simple way. You will learn it. If I hope we will get more of these cats to the show, so then of course you can get more experience. And then I think when I tap the cat's rump a little bit with my fingers, they normally lift their legs. They straighten them, and then you can see very well the proportions of the cat, and not these kind of maneuvers what we nowadays see in many other breeds. So please let them be on the table. They are heavy, strong cats. And then the health of the Manx. Of course, I think at least that if this breed would come out now as a new breed, we would not perhaps accept it, because there were some cats had problems with the because of the structure. If the tail is kind of short and it is bent on the wrong way, they have problems on the bowls using the litter box and this kind of problems. And that is why breeders use these long-tailed longies for their breeding, so they don't kind of create these problems. And that has been the way to work, and at least what I have heard from our breeders, they don't get those problems anymore. Earlier, some breeders, they said, I want to stop, it's too much, I can't take it. But now, and now especially when we accept the longies, then it is for people kind of more encouraging to go and breed with this. It doesn't matter if you get more long-tailed kitties, you can still bring them to the show. And in the other hand, then this breed has existed so many hundred years without people kind of interfering. So it cannot be very sick breed. I think it very well proves its kind of strength and health. But now when we are kind of mastering this thing, we have to really remember the health matter, and I'm thankful the breeders are really doing a good work with this. Sometimes they breed Manx to Manx, I mean without tail or stumpy, and rumpies of course, but these longies are used as well. That was my part of this. So I like these cats a lot. They are beautiful and they have a lovely temperament. So I hope you will meet them more and more. If you have some questions or we can discuss a little bit of these things.
Hello. You said that the longies, they have normal tail, not a long tail, but a normal length. What about those who are more than 3 centimeters, like 6-7 centimeters? They are disqualified.
They are no show cats.
No.
Yeah.
Okay. So
it is. We cannot kind of go that we accept everything for our shows. We have standard for every other breed. So of course we also have to have it for these. But also those, at least some of us, we have seen those cats with like this long tail. It's not medium long. It is shortened tail, and of course they can use those for breeding, but don't accept them.
Is there something special with those half-long tails that you can really tell that it's not a long tail? That is there something like at the end of the tail that it's like stopping abruptly, or?
No, it can be, of course, but it can be also just a normal shape, but far too short to be counted as medium long tail.
I think we have Stefan. He was asking for the floor.
Yes, thank you. I have a question because I followed both the open meeting and yesterday the GA, and there it was quite clear that many people was against dropping the colors in the Manx. And now I see that you refer to that you really want to drop the colors maybe with a proposal next year. Is there not a fear to lose a part of the genetics in the small breed?
How many chocolates and lilacs you have in your country or Manxes?
Well, I don't think that we have many Manx in our country, but I think the argument that was given over many times is that if you don't want to breed a chocolate, you have all the right to not breed a chocolate. Well, somebody else that maybe does an approved outcross, or somebody that has a different ID on the breeding, that they can have their chocolate and they will be part and will be working on a wider variety of genetics within the breed, where if we cut them all out, then it will be maybe, it will shorten the amount of different genetics. So
I understand how you see the point, but the breeders see it like that when they do the outcrosses, they use novice cats, and I think there is rather much larger selection of, let's say, brown tabby or brown tabby and white cats than lilacs or chocolates. So why you should try to go to something fancy? Or so that is their way of thinking, that when you breed Manx, the color doesn't matter. So brown tabby is one of the most fantastic colors for them, or silver, makrel, or black and white. So there is enough to work with this breed, with the structure. You don't need to add there this kind of, that is how they see the so they are never against outcrossing, but you have so much more to choose from, and it's our I would say very European breed. So those colors are not natural for our population here.
Okay, I have Pia first.
Yes. I think I was next. I coming from Finland, where we are big fans of Manx and Kimrick, and we have tradition with this. We have had one of the first cats registered in Finland was a Manx, beautiful, looks like modern Manx as well. So it's for I understand the worry of the breeders, because if you bring these colors, these foreign colors, you can bring anything else. If you think of pointed cats, they have PRA. The ticking is not a natural color for these cats. And in Finland we have colonies of cats that have this mutation in the farms, in European cat type of cats, domestic cats. And many of the Finnish Manxes are based on these novice cats that are found from the Finnish farms, and they don't have these colors, and that's why I understand this worry from the breeders. They don't want to bring the other things with these colors, these foreign colors to this breed.
Thank you. I have Marcel.
Yeah, I understand the arguments from the breeders, but I must say I also understand the point that Stefan wanted to make, because if you look at the breeding statistics in all of FIFe, the number of Manx and Kimrick is quite small. So if you want to at least keep a solid base, or to even expand the gene pool, I can imagine that you would like to be able to use also different colors and then perhaps go back to the original, but it could help. So I'm struggling a bit with this one, and especially what you said first, that you are thinking of bringing a proposal next year, because that's, I think we will have the same discussion as we will have this year. But that's...
We had one, I know at least some, where somebody wanted to make something new, and they used an exotic short hair. And is that clever? Perhaps.
I have I have better first.
It's okay, Mirik. I think you're turning it a bit upside down. You talk as if we have suddenly approved a lot of new colors in the Manx. We have not. We have just said we think it's not wise to remove colors that have already been recognized for ages in the breed. So why should the breeders all of a sudden bring in things they don't like? There's nothing changed with the colors.
Because those colors doesn't exist on the breed. It is listed that all colors are there, but that's why I ask how many of those really are living somewhere, not only on paper, but that really exist. And that's why they kind of said, we don't have those colors. They are listed on the sentence, but they are not found anywhere. So therefore they said, okay, we don't really need those lists of EMS codes. That was the kind of the point.
So you're 100% sure there is no Manx cats with those colors around? Then I can sort of understand, but that was not the impression we got.
Breeders kind of idea. It's not mine.
Thank you.
Don't shoot me.
Thank you, Bette. I have Natalie and then Yuri.
Hello, all. Since color still doesn't kill a cat, why should we eliminate genetic pools? Please don't. If breeders don't want to breed them, then don't. But we do have these funny colors. We had them in the past in the Netherlands, and they still didn't die. Please don't reduce gene pools.
Yuri, please.
Yes. I think we should not discuss about these colors because it's irrelevant. It was not decided. But the question I have, you were talking about the health of the Manx, and it's a fantastic breed. I really love the breed. But at this point, our governments are often speaking of banning the breeds because of and based on studies that have been done in the 60s, in the 70s, or in the 80s on very limited gene pools. It would be so important for us in our discussions to have new studies about this, and perhaps also to look at Finland, because I know the breed is most strong in Finland, that their breeders could provide these informations.
Leslie, you told me last year we were talking about the possibility to have Manx's DNA testing, that there is perhaps 4 varieties on the Manx gene, and if one of them is less harmful than the others. So that could be used. You can explain it.
Yeah, I'm actually going to talk about that this afternoon.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
so I'll present what actually happens to a Manx, and yeah, that's my thought as to what we should do, because this data is very old, as we say, and so I'll talk about that this afternoon.
Yeah, good.
Thank you. Then I have Petra.
Yeah, I just have a question. I think I maybe misunderstood the conversation about the tail length before, because you said that something about centimeters, but currently the standard we had accepted yesterday or the day before, I don't remember now, it says that for Stumpy it cannot be longer than 3 centimeters, but there's no limitation on the longy. It says medium tail, but there's no limitation.
Yeah, there is no centimeters on it, but it's medium long and medium. I tried to say that medium is not half of the tail, because you read many other standards and they have a medium long tail. They don't have short like Persian.
Okay.
That's what I tried to.
I just was making sure that, because I've heard some other centimeters before, so just wanted to double check. Thank you.
Thank you, Petra. I think I've seen raise hand around Arja or Anne. Yeah, Anne, please.
Is it working? Yeah. Okay. I would just like to tell you that we have a very strong and beautiful population of Europeans, and they go in these classic colors and patterns.
Thank you, Anne. I think that if there is no other question or comments, we could take the chance of these 15 minutes to have a look at a British Corinne and maybe listen to Stephen for a while, so that we can also introduce this procedure that we are following. Thank you. Thank you, Satu, very much.
Okay, as very many of you will be aware, there has been an ongoing process for 4 new colour varieties. This is the charcoal, which is now preliminary recognised. Corin in the Never and the Siberian, which has also been preliminary recognised. But there were 2 other preparations for preliminary recognition in the British. One was for the full golden and one was for Corin in these two breeds. Unfortunately, we had an ambition to be ready with all of these 4 preliminary recognitions up to this General Assembly. We've had a couple of hiccups in the 2 British varieties. We are hoping to get these hiccups sorted out within the next very short period, such that we can potentially start the preliminary recognition phase for these 2 varieties perhaps 1st of August. But anyway, even though we didn't get as far as we anticipated with the Corin British, we do have 2 of these cats. Is it 2? We do have 2 of these cats here for you to look at. The lady, the breeder, has travelled quite a long way. So we, even though we're not ready to present the preliminary registration, we want to do her the service to present these cats. This is not really something that this is not really something that you are unfamiliar with, because Corin in the British has been shown with great success already for quite a few years in FIFe. But anyway, we can, put her on the table. We'll put her on the table and then we'll, for those of you unfamiliar, or the one of you that's unfamiliar with with Corin in the British and how it differs from golden, it's relatively easy to see, in my opinion. What you will see is that the effect of the Corin mutation, the British Corin mutation, is that it pushes the black pigment on the body. It nearly pushes the black pigment out of the hair totally, and the only real way that you can see the colour of the cat is here on the tip of the tail, and hopefully on the colour of the paw pads. The other effect which you will find is that again, differing from the golden that we're used to, is that the lower part of the face and the cheeks and also the chin and the chest gets very pale, almost white. And also you will see another characteristic, which is the white on the top of the feet. All 4 feet on this cat have these white toes, or nearly white toes. So that's the way we tell the difference, specifically in the in the tipped cats. The expression in the tabby cats can be different, but I will explain that later. So before we let the cat take a trip around the seminar, does anybody have any questions? As I say, this is something you've seen for a number of years now, including some world winners and. But okay. If Alyosha. Yeah, forgot that.
The color of the nose leather.
Yeah, again, the color of the nose leather on a Corin cat differs from on the golden cat. The color of the nose leather is certainly in the British is pink. There's no outline on the nose leather. It's a little bit different on the Siberian, but we take this later on.
Okay, is there any question while the little girl, I think it looks like a girl, I don't know if it's a girl, roams around? Yes, Natalie?
Okay. There also will be a difference sometime that you see the whitish on the toes, that they also can be only a carrier. But the Judges and Standard Commission will work on that with the Breeding and Registration Commission in the future. These cats are, of course, absolutely beautiful, and I would like to thank Julia just to be here today with her lovely cats.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Anyone else? Questions? No. Okay. Oh, Stefan.
Yes, thank you. I think I might try to kick in an open door with my question, but I've seen more pictures and videos of cats like this with the different amount of white in the parts that Stephen described, but these cats are considered without white, or am I wrong?
No, they are cats without white.
Yeah, I was already thinking it was a kick on an open door, but I wanted to ask to be sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Stefan. What? Okay, here. Karin.
I just wanted to ask, do they always have all 4 feet white or white toes or something?
No, Karin, I will come to the colour descriptions later on this afternoon. The only reason we're showing these cats now is so that they can go home. But I will go through the colour descriptions. And no, the answer is there's not always white feet. The expression can be, what should we say, variable. It's potentially more variable in the Siberian than it is in the British. But again, we have a complication. One of the complications we have with the recognition of Corin in the British is that there are certain breeders, a few breeders in FIFe, who are working with the Siberian Corin mutation in the British. This is, as I say, one of the hiccups that we're trying to get a solution for. It's, in my opinion, Petra, now you need to listen, that the Siberian Corin mutation came into the British when we did the golden point recognition 13 years ago. Yes, of course. Yeah, but we didn't know anything about it 13 years ago. But as I say, I'm quite convinced that British, or the Siberian Corin mutation got into the British that way, through the back door, when we did the golden point recognition. And as I say, because there's some people working with the Siberian Corin mutation in the British, there is much more variation in the colour in the Siberian mutation than there is in the British, what we call British wideband or copper mutation.
Natalie?
These mutations are already coming from 2010 and before. But I would like to point out one thing. Please don't refer to Corin with the EMS number 12, because that has nothing to do with Corin. Because I sometimes hear these kind of things. 12 is shell. It has nothing to do with Corin, only when the cat is a Corin shell.
Never heard about that. Okay. Who else? Yes, Liz.
Could we have the EMS code of the cat here, please?
What do you mean?
This is a BSH NU 11, I suppose. She's nominated as a 12. Okay. So it's the same. It's the same. It will be this. The same. What should we say? The same preliminary recognised colours as you have today in the full coloured golden. So we will have recognised NU 11, 12, 23, 24, 22 and 25. 25, yeah? And we will also, are we going to have these colours together with silver? Yeah.
Can you please use the microphone? Because we are in streaming, I want to remind you. Eh?
Yes. We took now first the full copper, because it's already complicated. And we didn't want to stress out the commissions to put in also the Siberian color, or the with silver color. So we first do this, and then we go on with the second one, because it's very complicated.
Thank you. I have Adrian.
But I keep hearing it's very complicated. Haven't we probably didn't think of one thing? All this very complicated is done by us. It's not some law done by government. And honestly, it's not normal to stay and think we are stuck. We could not. Who stuck us? We stuck ourselves. Honestly, how many different shades of blue are in a British? You see, from almost pale to the dark. They was thinking the gene, what changed them. We becoming two and two demanding over a very simple problem. This is a different color, variety. We recognize if it's from the Siberian, if it's from the, I don't know what, maybe appear another thing. What matter in the end? It's the second or 3 years we are still thinking and also all the paperwork that we are demanding, not the government.
Thank you, Adrian. We will listen to Marcel, and then Stephen maybe can give a feedback.
I'm not very well informed about the Corin, but I am about the Goldens because I've been coordinating this work, Adrian, also for you. Yeah. There are certain procedures in FIFe to get colors recognized. And the report was sent to the board before the GA, and there will be some questions from the board on this. So regarding this, it's just following the procedure that is written in the rules. We want to follow that procedure. We have followed the procedure, and we are in the final step. The report is with the board. We hope to find out what the next steps are. Period.
Thank you, Marcel. Stephen?
Yeah, the complications here, as Marcel has said, the complications are not in the colour. The complications are the process, because the process was not designed to correct. I will still insist that this was an error that we had, recognising all these cats as golden in the Siberian and the British. The process was not designed to correct errors. It was designed to recognise new varieties. We're now trying to adjust the process with some exceptions, such that we can get through this period. And as I say, I will explain much more later on this afternoon why the process has been the hiccup here. It's not the cats. We've got all the information about the cats. We've got all the pedigrees. We've got all the DNA tests and everything. It's the process that is a little bit tricky, and essentially we are nowhere near being out of the woods yet. We still have, in my opinion, we still have 1 year of potential hiccups and confusion, and I will explain much later. The process puts a big onus on the judges. The process that we have developed puts a big onus on you guys, which is why I would like to spend some time going through the process this afternoon. Because it's you guys that are going to control this.
Okay, thank you. I have Petra, and this will be the last one, and then we will have a lunch break. And as I said, for 1 hour, so we will be back 1:30. Thank you, Petra.
Yeah, thank you. And I think, great presentation. And I think this has been a lot of work. So thank you to everybody who's been involved with this. My only question is, because we are describing kind of the color on the feed as this whitish / light cream. I'm of course not a native English speaker, so this is just kind of an open question. This whitish, because already the questions coming from behind is like, is this white and stuff? Should we maybe just try to use the light cream or not, like get rid of the whitish? Because I can already see potentially like this becoming problem for some people. So I don't know if you have thought about that, or what is like the consensus on this potential, because I do see this as unfortunately becoming a problem.
Yeah. Yes, you can.
I'll just do a quick answer to this. Yeah, understand your reservations, Petra, and I think you'll find in the Siberian breed there are already Corin cats being shown successfully as Siberians with white, 09s. As I say, there's going to be an onus over the next 12 months on the judges to sort this out for FIFe. We have great trust in you guys. But yes, the other thing is, Petra, that I would like to say is that the standards that we have developed for the colour, they are preliminary. And we always allow an adjustment in the colour descriptions when the full recognition comes into place. So yeah, there's some things that
Can you please be a little bit more quiet down there?
There's things in the colour descriptions that we recognise which are up for adjustment when we do the final recognition of these colours. Very much hoping that we can get all this sorted out, such that we can get everything sorted out by the next General Assembly and come with 4 colour recognitions at the next General Assembly. That's what we're all praying for anyway.
Thank you, Stephen, and see you in an hour. Thank you for now.
And I also have 2 golden ones. And that is for 25 years as a FIFe judge. And that is something. And the first one, she's unfortunately not here, but Amelia from Croatia will take care of this and give it to Mrs. Kodek. Please. And the second one, he's present, but you can hardly see him any longer. And that is Mr. Stephen Jones. Thank you very much, and then I give the floor to Donatella again. Thank you.
So, congratulations to our silver and golden pins judges. We do start again with the program we have there, and I will give the floor very happily to Leslie. Thank you, Leslie.
Here we go. All right. Push the button. I got it. Yep. All right. All right. So this second part, I get 2 hours to chat with you guys. So we'll break it up. We'll break it up into different sections, and we'll hopefully it'll be interactive at some point as well. So it's just not going to be 2 hours of me just drolling on and stuff. So we'll go from there. And bear with me. I cut the grass before I left, and it's caused an allergic reaction in my head. So I'm not sick or anything. People are you sick? And I'm like, no, I'm not sick. I just can't breathe because I cut the grass, you know. So, okay. All right. So here we go. Here we go. So the first thing I'm going to do is tell you guys how. So I'm involved with several different committees, and these committees, we're starting with cat work, because the cat work is actually so organized, all right? And so, we only have a few people that are really strongly interested, and we are very coordinated. And so we're starting with standardizing genetic testing for cats, the nomenclature, which tests should be done. We're trying to get the laboratories to use all the same wording. And when they report a test, how do you describe what you find, you know, and stuff like that. So we're trying to do all that. And along the way, you discover how different cat breeding is from dog breeding. And so I really want to tell you how great you guys are, because of, you know, cat breeding has a lot of advantages from the genetic point of view as compared to dog breeding, all right? So the first part is, this is a little diagram. It's called an ideogram of the cat chromosomes, right? So cats have their 19 chromosomes, and the XY, most mammals are XY. And on there is listed different genes that cause different diseases, and then all the ones with the big purple arrows are like the coat colors and stuff like that, the ones you really like and stuff. And the point is, there's not too many of those, unlike in dog breeding. There's not too many of those that are closely associated with other traits that you wanted to keep. So, meaning, we haven't selected for a coat color. Like a good example is Dalmatians. When they were selecting for dogs that had less spots on them, they were also ended up selecting for dogs that had a urine disease as well, right? And so that meant every Dalmatian had this problem, right? So there's a lot of fixed heritable traits in dogs, because of their selection happened to be for traits that were nearby other things that they wanted. And so it's just worked out in cats that all the coat color traits that we wanted have not been around other things that we don't want. Now, we do have a few things that, like, okay, Scottish fold. Well, the mutation itself causes the disease, not something nearby. Right, and so that's a great benefit for cats, and I don't think we planned it that way, but it ends up being that way, and so we have an advantage when it comes to animal welfare, that we don't have a lot of things that you know, we haven't selected for, like the British Bulldog. Its chest is so deep that the dog literally can't naturally breed with other British Bulldogs. We haven't done things like that. And so we are ahead of the curve in that regard. And that's just been luck, but that's the way it is. And then also we haven't selected for major behavioral traits. And so when we say this, we mean what's called an innate behavior. When a border collie comes out of the womb, that dog is ready to go herd sheep. They innately have that ability, right? Cats, we don't have anything like that in cats. They hunt, but that's the natural thing for an animal. We don't have any specific innate behaviors. Now, we might be starting to have some things like a Siamese is definitely more vocal and more active than, say, a Persian is and stuff. So there are some behavioral differences, but they still fall within the normal realm of cat behaviors. So there's nothing hugely that this is a Siamese thing. So on the one hand, we don't have those interesting behaviors. On the other hand, we haven't had that selection on the genome, which ends up creating too much, reduces variation. All right. So we have a healthy genome for the cat. There we go. All right. So advantages of the cats, the diseases that we have, except there's a few exceptions. HCM in the Maine Coon, and I mean the genetic mutation at this point. That PKLR, you guys already highlighted the ones that are a pain in the butt, right? So CEP290 now is an issue. So besides those three, the other genetic mutations that are found within our breeds are actually at a very low frequency. So below 10%, many under 5%. So later, that's where we're headed, is that if you made a little bit of effort, you could basically eradicate genetic disease within the cat fancy. And the only thing you would have would be new things that come along. And those are always going to happen. They happen in humans. They happen in random red cats. They're going to happen in your breeds too, right? And so far, you've been pretty good at, here's a new thing. Boom, we found REM sleep disorder. Boom, we found the encephalopathy. Not me personally, but the scientific community. So if you come forward, we can get to it. We can get to it. So you can't say that in the dog. I could not utter that sentence if I was standing in front of dog breeders, that their diseases are so high and so fixed to their breed that you basically really have to majorly alter that breed and to be able to get rid of them. So we're in a good position that with a little bit of effort, you could really get rid of most of those things, and then you don't have to do any of the genetic testing. Cats do have relatively good genetic diversity, and that's because really they've only recently been developed as a breed and as breeds. And then also because there hasn't been genetic testing, there has been a lot of misparentages, let's say, and but that's good. And so it's actually good for the breed to have as much diversity as possible. One way to do that is maybe have a lot of colors in your Manx. Don't want to say that too fast. You're not here fast. But that's certainly all your choice. So that's not my bone to pick. All right. So, but that's how you bring in diversity. Is of course you're bringing in new colors. But if you're bringing in those new colors, that means there's been some outcrossing, whether legal or not, right? And so, do you want to accept that? So there's many out there. You have legal outcrossing, and so that's good. And some breeds can go to their place of origin, like I believe the Korots can go to Thailand and get a blue cat. It's a Korot. There you go. And that's really good. And so our problem breeds are relatively few. And of those, they generally they're actually not the most popular either. And that, we're going to have to talk about Manx a lot. So, more Manx to come. So as mentioned, there's about 200 different genetic tests, and we have mutations for lots of them. So we're well on the way on being able to describe pretty much everything about our cat breeds from a genetic point of view. And so, again, I was just trying to highlight that of the 148 different things that have been documented, and what you have to remember is this documentation is all through time. And so Dr. Nicholas has gone through all the veterinary literature and documented everything that's been there. So it might be a disease that was noticed in 1955 and it's documented. So that's one of the 148, but it's gone. And so if it's gone, I can't find a genetic mutation for it either. So there's some of those too. So we're well on the way. And at first, I wanted to be the species that had the most identified mutations, right? Actually, I wanted to be the species that this number equals that number. And I want that number to be low because that means everybody else is worse, right? So you can see dogs have a lot more identified health concerns, but they're doing pretty good. There's a large dog community, cattle, pigs. So there's lots of different genetic mutations out there, but we're really close to having this 1-to-1, right? So again, mentioning that we have good genetic diversity, and that you can go get cats from the place of origin, and so there's about 5 to 7 different populations that we can identify genetically that are different from one another. So Eastern Europe or Western Europe, which is also the United States and Canada, has a different genetic signature from the cats of Southeast Asia. So these colors mean the cats are genetically different, right? And so red just happens to be Western Europe, and then we have the Mediterranean kind of in the middle, and this group of cats ended up being, they're from an island called Lamu. It's East Africa, so they ended up matching a lot of the cats from the Arabian Sea area, like Oman and places like that. And then Southeast Asia, the cats are very genetically different too, right? So you can use those populations to augment your breeds if you want, because that's where they came from. And here's just an old tree that kind of showed that, yeah, we have a couple breeds that are derived from Mediterranean populations. We have many that derive from Asian populations of cats, and many that are derived from Western European cats. But there's, let's see, when there's one cat, where's the Japanese bobtail? See that when there's no number here, when this number is above 50, you generally write it there. That means it's very strong. We know that that's a really correct correlation. And with the Japanese bobtail, its bobtail definitely comes from the Far East, but the rest of the cat is Western European somehow. So I don't know how that happened, right? And then the Abyssinian, actually, we're not quite sure where the Abyssinian fits in the world, you know? So I would love to go, where's Abyssinia, right? That's Ethiopia. I would love to go to Ethiopia and try to get some cat samples, but I'm not sure if that's a smart idea or not. Right. And so, you know, when we were doing this study, it's like, oh, we should, you know, there's still a lot of areas that are missing, and we know the Near East is where cats were domesticated. So let's go collect a whole bunch of cats from all the Near East and all these different populations and stuff, and really see how cats look. Well, it actually kind of made it worse, because as you take one step to the west or to the east, those cats are really not much genetically different. And so what you'll see is at the ends of regions, the colors are different. And so that means when the cats are way far away from one another, they're genetically different. But as you move closer, they're the same. So it means cats are one big breeding population throughout the world. And at the far reaches, yes, this cat will be genetically different from that cat, but in the end, they really have all the same big gene pool. So cats are cats. And I just did anybody catch the Shiba Pet Food did a campaign on Instagram, and I was in 2 of those episodes, and it was with Nathan the cat lady. And they wanted me to be able to say that you could do something and tell where a random bred cat was from. So if we put a random bred cat on the table, Can I look at that cat and say, oh, that's from Southeast Asia? No. You can't do that. You know, that cat could be from Italy. You might look at the tail. If it's a curled tail, I'm like, maybe it's more likely from Southeast Asia. But there's nothing really defining about cats. If it was bigger cobbied and heavier haired and heavier bone, maybe it's from northern region. But I'm just leaning that way. You know, there's nothing. A cat is a cat is a cat. Right? So this actually, this data is a bit older, but this is looking at random bred cat populations. And what you want is this white bar. This white bar is the homozygous, or the heterozygous. You want that to be very high. And the black bar is the inbreeding coefficient. You want that to be very low. And so these are random bred cats, right? So all very high genetic diversity. And then here's our breeds. And so they start heading down, right? And here was our guys that this study was all done, started off with Havana Browns and Burmese. And so they had lower genetic diversity compared to the rest of the breeds, but many of the breeds were within the realm of random bred cats. So that's all good. My favorite is the Korat, right? Okay, so there's what, 2 Korats in the world, right? And how many were registered this year, Korats? 6? I don't know. More than the Manx? Okay, beating the Manx. So right, there you go. All right.
There were 468 Korats
Shown, okay. All right, cool deal. All right. So Korats were the first cats to do genetic testing. All right. So with Auburn and Henry Baker, they found the GM1 and the GM2 mutations, right? And so they've been genetically testing since the 90s, right? And then also they had points. They don't want points. They didn't want the lighter brown colors. Those naturally occurred within the population of Southeast Asia. So they've used genetic testing and been able, look how high their genetic diversity is, and their inbreeding is low. And that is because they've been able to bring in cats from abroad. They share cats all around the world, and they've used genetic testing. They're a low breed, and they're your storybook cat of how to do it right. Yeah, Eric. 97? 97. Okay. So it's a lower population breed is what I'm trying to say. But even with low population breeds, you can do it right. And so that's something else, in the dogs, they're very strict on those stud books and everything, and they've gotten themselves into a lot of trouble. And so animal welfare is really starting to hit the dog populations and the dog breeds, and for many good reasons, right? But cats, we can say, look, we don't have this, we don't have this, we did this, we did this. And now you're starting to actually say word genetics and using it and stuff, and that's going to be to our advantage. All right. So with recent legislation coming along, I am part of 2 groups, the International Society Animal Genetics, which I talked about, and then also the World Small Animal Vet Association, WSAVA. So even though I'm not a vet, I'm on the Hereditary Disease Committee, and so is Petra as well, right? And so a couple years ago in Tasmania, I came forward to the World Cat Congress and said, hey, I'm going to give you guys a task. Can you guys maybe start getting the rest of the registries to start thinking about these things? And we put forward 4 different things that we think would help the argument against animal welfare people and animal, let's say, rights people coming. We all care about animal welfare, but the people that just don't want any breeding done in the world. How can we fight back with that? How can we fight this legislation? So, point 1 would be institute mandatory breed-specific genetic testing for registration and work towards eradication of that diseases. I think it can be done because there's such low frequency. We have the core-op model that it can be done properly. There's a couple ones that we have to be very careful about that we might have to take a longer amount of time to reduce, such as HCM. I'm not sure what's going to happen with pyruvate kinase deficiency. We have to have a discussion about that. CEP290, we got to carefully watch now. That's very high. So a couple of them are problems, but the other ones we could probably really eradicate with just a little bit. And that means every cat registry has to do it, right? And if FIFe's doing it, but then you say, oh, some of our people have jumped ship and gone to CFA or TICA or something else like that. That's going to come around to bite them in the butt because, you guys are doing the right thing. And then, you'll be able to say, yeah, but, we're doing the right thing and these other groups are not. So they're going to get the pressure to do it. And I know GCCF is onto this. And hopefully they'll get sense and come around. Retire some breeds that are problem breeds. You already don't have one of them, Scottish Fold, right? Leave it alone, all right? So there is enough evidence in the scientific literature, overwhelming evidence in the scientific literature, that you will not be able to fight one. And so that's the other major point with WSAVA. We want to see decisions made by evidence, scientific evidence that this is why you can say this is good or bad, right? What is the evidence for that? So I can't really stand here and with an open conscience and say Scottish Fold is something that we should continue. But let's do it in a way that we don't alienate people. Can we start just like you did with the longy tails for the Manx? Can you start with straight-eared Scottish Folds? Still be able to keep the type and maybe work in that direction, but get rid of the folded ear and, maybe over time, or do you just get rid of them, So that really doesn't pertain to you guys since you don't have the Scottish Folds. Invoke a moratorium on new wildcat bloodlines. I'll show you some information on that. And let's talk about brachycephaly breeds, which we do have. And that's going to be the last part of the talk. Probably the most where we'll wrestle on the floor and stuff. Okay, so you guys already don't have munchkins. And you don't have the Scottish Folds, so I'm not going to talk about those. But we're going to talk about some aspects of these different breeds that are under discussion for one way or another, all right? So again, we want to try to come up with promote evidence-based decisions on what happens with Sphinx and what happens with Manx and with the other breeds as well. And part of this, again, was we were pretty much appalled at the decision by the Netherlands to ban the Sphinx cat because we really feel that there's not veterinary-based evidence to be able to do that. And so that's what we kind of want to counter. Right. So let's talk about the Manx a little bit. I'll tell you about the what goes on with the Manx. And so we've already heard about the rumpies and the stumpies and the rumpy risers. And so the gene is called T-box1. And every species, most all of us have the same genes. Every species have this. And so in primates, you'll see that there's only one little section, exon 6, that's been kicked out of human primates. So non-human primates have their tails, but humans don't. And it's because exon 6 was deleted, and hence humans don't have a tail, right? So now, most of the time, we don't have any issues with kind of like Manx syndrome. We're pretty good. We're good with that, right? It's not because so. That's what gives me hope that maybe, we have 4 mutations in Manx. No one's done the study, as was mentioned. Most of the Manx information is older information. Now that we have the 4 mutations, do all 4 things cause Manx syndrome? I don't know. So why don't we look? All right. So this gives me the hope of maybe that could be true, because we don't have Manx syndrome in humans, although our T-box is missing a complete exon. So what is Manx syndrome? Generally, the cats might be lame. They kind of do a little bit of hopping to move around. They might develop an inability to walk properly. Ambulation is poor. They can be incontinent. They can have constipation. They can actually have an open spine, spina bifida, when they're born, and obviously painful. Now, why? So this arrow should be moved over a little bit. And so what we're going to talk about is this part of the spine right here, where the lumbar vertebrae join into the top of the sacral vertebrae, and then you have the caudal vertebrae, the vertebrae for the tail, right after that. So we're talking right about in this hip region right here. And so this is what your sacral, anybody have sciatica, right? So, yeah, so I'm having problems with my hips and stuff, so I might have to sit down a little bit. And that's basically because in your sacral vertebrae, in your hip bone, right, and your tailbone, so this is your tailbone right here, I'm starting to have arthritis grow where these little holes are. And that's where your nerves come out, and they go run down your legs, right? So these little holes here in these vertebrae, all your vertebrae have these, are where the nerves come out of your spinal cord and then go to the different parts of your body, right? So that's what we're talking about in these Manx cats as well. Okay, so the Manx cats, what we want is for them to have from right here all the way down, we want them to just not have any caudal vertebrae, but we don't want anything messed up about the sacral vertebrae in the hips. Well, sometimes that messes up, right? And so sometimes something is being, like one extra vertebrae is getting messed up and being deleted, and it's affecting basically what we would call our tailbone, right? And so with that being messed up, then you don't have proper nerves going to the right place in the cat's body. And so where do these nerves go to? So S1 means sacral vertebrae 1, 2, and 3. This is where the nerves generally go. And look, they go to the gut, to the colon, right? And then S2, 3, and 4, they go to the bladder. Some of your lumbar vertebrae, the nerves go there as well. They control the sphincter, the muscle that opens when you need to urinate. And so when you have those disrupted and they can't function very well, then that's what's causing Manx syndrome in the cat. And so you've all your tail vertebrae are gone, but something has happened that has misformed the next vertebrae up. And that's like your tailbone, your sacral vertebrae. All right. So my hypothesis is this, do the different Manx mutations, are some of them okay and some of them are not? All right. So I don't know the answer to that. So let's take a look at it. And it's a feasible project to do because it is a smaller group of cats, right? And so basically we need to sit down and start talking with every one of the owners. And those owners just have to tell us the true story of what happens with their cats. And then what we have to do is actually have those cats genetically tested. Now there's 4 different DNA mutations for the Manx cats. Okay, so all of these, see, it's a deletion, a deletion, a deletion, and a deletion. So that means it's going to stop part of the protein from developing, but is one worse than the other? Because you can see these positions, 9, 9, 5. Anybody have a Manx tested? Anybody know the Manx mutations at all and what their Manx might have? Okay, nobody? All right. So what we want to do is actually have these all 4 tested. But if you look up, so with Mars or anybody else, they don't list all 4.
they list only 3 of them. And that's because, see, these 2 overlap. And this is a duplication of some of the region, and that becomes a hard thing to test on a DNA chip, right? So earlier I said not all genetic tests can be done on a DNA chip. What else can't be done on a DNA chip? White spotting is very hard to do on a DNA chip. So you'll get a result back, say from Mars, or I think LaboClean does it as well, that they'll say your cat has either 1 or 2 copies of white spotting or dominant white. Well, thank you very much. I can look at the cat and tell you that, you know. And if you don't realize that, you know, so what you could, you know, what you want to know is, does my dominant white cat carry white spotting or not? That's pretty much the only reason you would do that test. Or is my dominant white cat homozygote for 2 copies of white? But when you run the genetic test by these companies, you don't really actually get that answer. So actually read what that says, and you will discover that you're actually not getting the answer of why you would do the genetic test in the first place, right? So I don't think right now any place does all 4 of them. And so I think either my lab could probably do all 4 of them, or maybe we could work with one or 2 or more of the other labs. But these other labs are going to have the ability to do all 4 genetic tests. And so right now I know some can and some can't. And so if we could collect that information, then maybe we can turn around and say, you're right, Manx have Manx syndrome. We were aware of this. We did this genetic test. We did this whole study, and this is what came out. And if we use this mutation, we really have pretty much no presentation of Manx syndrome. And so then you got a clean cat breed, and you can keep your Manx. And I think it's really great that you accepted the long tail guys. I think those should be part of the effort as well. And you know, that's my only way I can think of maybe saving the Manx breed. Otherwise, I'm afraid I do put it into the category of maybe this is a breed that should be retired, because the trait itself actually causes a pretty severe health issue. Yeah. Okay, any comments about Manx or anything like that? One, come on, anybody out there? Eric?
I'm very close to a Manx breeder in the Netherlands for many, many years. She would never, ever mate a tailless cat with a tailless cat, always with longy. She would end up having 70-80% pets because nothing happened. And she also said, if you know the lines, you can go stumpy, but I prefer not to do that. He got a tailed Manx from the States, and they thought they did her a pleasure, and they docked the tail of that tail. And that is forbidden with us, thank God.
Yeah.
Because it makes no sense.
Right. Yeah. You know, when you breed Manx to Manx, you know, I don't actually know that. Are they stillborn and born, or are they done? They are stillborn. They're absorbed in the womb. You never see them. So you never know they're there, right? Okay. And so that's the same with dwarf cats. So you never have homozygote dwarf cats. They absorb. It's the same with PKD cats. There's no homozygote PKD1 cats. They absorb early in utero, and you don't even know they're there, right? So if you breed Manx to Manx cat, you're not going to end up with any higher percentage of Manx cats because, one, they're heterozygote in the first place, so you're always going to get some tailies, and all you're going to do is just not ever see the homozygote non-tail cats, which you'll lose in your. So in the end, you'll just have probably smaller litters, but you won't have any higher. There's no major reason to do that unless it's some specific type or behavior to do that. So really, there doesn't matter if you breed Manx to Manx or Manx to long-tail cat. That's not going to make it any better, or it's not going to make it any worse. It's not going to add to the mutation as to what's going on. All right. Okay, so the hairless cats. This was this I think is just comical. I don't know. I really there's not much I can do about this from a genetic point of view. So I'd love to hear your impressions of all this. Okay, so here's my thoughts on this. They have increased skin problems. Well, I think a lot of people forget that they still have to groom their cat, right? And so what I think you guys should do is make a nice little pamphlet that can go anywhere with anybody and be shared online of thinking about getting a Sphinx, thinking about getting a hairless cat, you still have to groom it, and here's how. And then so somebody was arguing back, oh yeah, but they're always going to have yeast in their toes and stuff. And it's like, well, you can just get some baby. You don't have to be a bath every day, but you could have baby wipes and just wipe their toes every day or something. Does that work? I don't know if that works. Does that work? Does that keep the cats from having the real black teeth and stuff like that? So you have to be honest about that. I think that's a grooming issue. And so that was one of the marks against the Sphinx, is they have all these dermatological issues. And it's like, how much is that is true, or how much is that actually a grooming issue? You can't let a Persian just run around either. You got to take care of that. And I had a lot of Persians for 30 years, and I learned how to do lion cuts. And I thought it was very therapeutic, more so for me than the cat. But but I loved when I was done. It was a lot of fun. And so I would teach students every once in a while how to, we would have 3 clippers at a time. So we would, okay, this one's getting hot, put it down, let's use the next clipper. And so we would get through these cats and stuff. All right. So are these valid concerns? Another mark against them was they can't temperature regulate. Well, of course they can temperature regulate, right? But are they cold all day? I mean, if you really didn't put them in their cute little outfits, which, by the way, when I come back in another life, I would love to be a Sphinx and just get carried around all day in a cute little outfit. All right. So, I don't know really the answer to that, but them saying that they can't self-regulate, well, that would be a whole disruption to the whole cat's body. No, they can regulate their body temperature, but how much do they really, are they nervous and shivering in a show hall because the show hall's so cold, or because, they're a little nervous in the show hall? They're more nervous in the show. So you have to be honest about that as well. All right. And I haven't lived with any Sphinx, so I don't know the true answer to that, but I love their cute little outfits. UV exposure. So they're going to get sunburn if they go outside. Is that true? Does a cat know, hey, UV index is 20 minutes today, I'm going to get a sunburn? Or does the cat say, I'm getting a little hot, I'm going to go sit in the shade? I don't know. Do they get sunburned? They do get sunburned. They do get sunburned because they've been laying and fell asleep in the sun? Yeah. Okay, so they do get sunburned. Okay, that's a legitimate concern. All right. So tell me, do you put sunscreen on them? Yeah? Yeah? Especially on the ears? Okay, but are they going to lick that off? Is that good for them? I don't know. It works. Okay. Yeah, this is true. I mean, you know, and we know that melanomas are more likely in white cats, especially at the juncture of the epithelial, you know, on their nose and stuff. So, okay. There has been a study from the UK that clearly showed that the Sphinx that were monitored within this study had a much earlier age of death, 7 to 8 years of age. And I would love to hear your thoughts on why. Yeah.
Because it was one breeder and one group of cats.
Yeah.
It's not uncommon for me, even as a judge, to have a 12, 13-year-old Sphinx as a veteran on the show in a top condition.
Yeah. Yeah.
They have a higher metabolism. They shit like horses. A Maine Coon has less shit than a Rex or a Sphinx.
Yeah.
And their skin, you go to the vet with your Rex or with your Sphinx,
yeah.
They have a lot more trouble getting the syringe in because the skin is thicker.
Okay.
And that's their insulation that protects them. And the sunburn, they don't stay in the sun until they look like the average Brit in Spain.
Yeah.
They will go out of it, but you can see brownish spots later that the skin is not completely clean.
Okay.
But they will not let themselves suffer by being burnt in the sun.
Okay. They don't get bubbly skin like I do.
No,
right?
no, like I do as well. No.
Yeah. So they haven't given themselves first-degree burns.
And they reach really normal ages.
Yeah,
really.
Yeah. So that's what I fear. And unfortunately, this is a publication now. And so you can't counter back that, oh, that was very biased. Okay, so maybe these were the cats that had spasticity, all right? Because that's going to bring the average way down, all right? Because they're dying at 2 years of age. Maybe some of these cats were the cats that have HCM, all right? And you know, so there you go. So I didn't think that was true, but knowing the possible biases there could be there. But now that's in publication, and so now people will use that as evidence of this breed is unhealthy, and it's like, no, that's actually really a bias. And so that might be something else that you could do, is do a survey, and myself or Petra or something, we could help get that published so that it's a real publication and not just here, according to the cat fancy, that this is the longevity of Sphinx, you know. So we can counter that. The whisker welfare issue. When I read this part, I just had to laugh. So they have poor interaction with the environment, meaning if they got up to a hole, they wouldn't know whether they could get through that hole or not because they didn't have any whiskers to tell them you can't fit through the hole. And poor interaction with cats. And I've seen Sphinx in the shows and stuff. I haven't lived with them or anything, but I would think that's just ridiculous. And the thing is, I don't know how to fight that, because it would need some type of behavioral study that would need a lot of cats, and behavior studies are hard. So I don't know how to help you with that one. I can do the other things, but I don't know how to help you with that one. But I just think that is completely ridiculous. Yeah.
There's been a study, I think, about rats where they removed the whiskers completely and put them in the dark.
Yeah.
And then they were looking how they could orient.
Yeah.
And they could still, they had some sensors on the skin, and they could see how they still felt like the air moving across them, so they could orient quite well without whiskers.
Yes,
and I suppose it can be something similar in cats.
They still have fur though too, so the cat doesn't have fur. Petra has a comment.
Yeah, so we were discussing that actually last year with the Health and Welfare Commission, and I contacted back then a lot of behavioralists. Actually, it's very hard to do a study like this because, like you said, you need a lot of cats for this. So breeders would be willing to bring all of those cats to like 1 or 2 places. We were discussing like building some 3D printed kind of little labyrinth where, we would have the cats run through. The problem is you then need a control group, right?
Yep.
And are we gonna like compare them to a domestic short hair cat or to a different breed? So it is actually quite complicated because with the rats, they just take the cut whiskers and normal whiskers cats and stuff. But I think with cats, we were discussing that with Leslie yesterday because there's so many different temperaments and behaviors between like different breeds. And I personally don't think it's fair to compare a pedigree cat to a domestic short hair cat, right? Because a lot of them will do much worse because, we all have, but I think if we compared it to another pedigree cat, that might be potentially an option. But I think this is something where people would be willing to bring 200, 300 cats to one place for all these cats to run through some, something, because this is very challenging.
Yeah. What cat is going to listen? Eric has a comment back there too. What cat is going to listen to you anyhow and go through a maze? So you're just not going to get them to do it.
I have a friend that breeding Sphinx, and from my point of view, which I'm breeding British, they search more their own company. They're all the time going together, stick to each other. So poor interaction they get. No, higher interaction in compare with British, for example, that they are not going one to each other. And about the environment, I was looking them going to the house like a regular normal cat, and even more agile because they are a slim breed that could easily jump, go. They never hit a table with the head.
Yeah.
Honestly, they are really very good.
Yeah.
Better than a British to compare the same.
So, the logic is animals do use their whiskers for this, right? So they do use their whiskers to sense their environment, how big is a hole, to interact with it. So hence, if you don't have that, you can't do it. Well, no, that's an improper leap in interpretation, but that was the leap that was made in the interpretation.
Yeah, you had to first go to what Adrian said. I bred British, and when you had my British, one is here, one is there, one is there, one is there. Mm-hmm. When you breed Siamese or Cornish, you don't have to look. There's one big heap. Yeah. And the Sphinx are the same.
Yeah.
The whiskers. The Sphinx also have night vision, like every other cat.
Yeah.
Second of all, the problem is that these activists don't want to put it into their heads, that we have cats that live inside.
Yeah.
Now, my cats have an outdoor pen, and even my Cornish goes out in the snow, not for 2 hours. A free roaming house cat doesn't want to lie in the snow.
Right.
They will look for a shed that's a bit warmer.
Yeah.
And the whiskers. There are Cornish and there are Devon with small whiskers and with large whiskers. No difference in communication. And whiskers do have a function, of course. Why do mother cats bite off the whiskers of their kittens? To prevent them from being independent. So let's not say they have no function. Mm-hmm. They do have a function, but not a function that limits their social capacities or their interaction with other cats. If a Sphinx or a Cornish, they cannot raise their hair, obviously. If they want to impress another cat, they stand on their hind feet.
Yeah, they find another way to do it. Yeah.
This is how nature works.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I love the way you and Petra say viscas. Viscas. Yeah. Viscas. I'm going to start using that. Viscas. Yeah. 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 So I think you two could, just like with the Manx project, I think you guys could help yourselves a little bit by, hey, let's make a real nice flyer about it. Just because you have a cat with no hair, you still need to groom it. And then let's collect up a little more data on this age thing, because they'll come after you about that, because it's a big deal in dogs that the big dog breeds don't live past 7-8 years of age, where the little dog breeds live to be, they're more like a cat. They live 14, 15, 20 years of age and stuff. Yeah. So, that's another mark against them. And so they're saying, here, see, that happens in cats too. And it's like, I don't think so. Yeah. Okay. Another.
Okay, I see the name of my country on the top of the slide, so I have a little bit of a feeling that I have to react. Well, I was in the middle of this. I also had contact with you on this. And I've also had a lot of discussions with Utrecht University.
Good, okay.
But there seems to be a problem, because Utrecht University is very specialized in dogs.
Yeah.
They have no specialists in cats and no or limited knowledge of cat breeds. And they've also said that themselves. I think the problem in the Netherlands also is, and that's taking it to a bigger level, Utrecht is the only university that is training vets. They are only training GPs. They have to know something about every animal that is around. So our specialists over the years have disappeared, pensioned, whatever, but they are no longer there. But these are the people that are making decisions for the future of our breeds. And I think that's something that really needs to be addressed here as well.
You know, I was with them a couple of weeks ago in Milan, and we had a big roundtable discussion about that, and we had the EU commissioner right there with us. And what happened at that discussion was, as soon as we started talking about the Sphinx and other breeds, it was a fight. It was a fight, and I was being looked at like, also, we're not even going to talk to you because you're not making sense. And I was like, wow, that's quite an opinion you have over there. But we did agree that we think a lot of this legislation should focus around DNA testing and getting good information on health populations. And so in the end, the whole table agreed, even Utrecht, that, okay, let's try to move that forward in this legislation. And but the EU guy could clearly see that we are completely arguing about the Sphinx situation and stuff, and that has a lot of conjecture. Yeah. Petra.
Yeah, unfortunately, there are a lot of misconceptions about cats in the world. And like, for example, with Sphinx, I am doing a panel discussion in Edinburgh at the end of June, and we had a meeting, and I had to explain to 2 veterinarians that a Sphinx does not have a lethal gene, and if you make 2 Sphinxes together, they don't all die.
Oh yeah, Utrecht thought that too.
And unfortunately, I really think this is where we need to start working, maybe, with the board, Health and Welfare Commission, and potentially the PR Commission and other people, to put materials out there that show that these cats are, very healthy and good cats. Like, it's terrible. Like, I see it all the time in my practice. Even with simple things in veterinary medicine, like cats are completely different to dogs in almost everything. And it is a problem when you work with people who've been working with dogs, like it's a huge difference there. So I think we just need to start doing some education of the public. And unfortunately, we need to really start be very proactive with putting information out there, because there are too many misconceptions. Leslie and I are on the VASAVA, the Hereditary Disease Committee, and we're trying to now push through educations for veterinary students so they start getting some of this education there, because most of my vet students don't even know half of the pedigree cats. They know absolutely nothing about the genetics, and they can barely recognize the pedigree cat.
It's very interesting, because at UC Davis and at Missouri, we teach genetics, but they don't pay any attention to it. And I even give a lecture about why cats are not small dogs, and why dogs are not why small dogs aren't cats. And so I give this direct comparison and stuff, and I don't know where that memory goes in their education, but it leaves, And Utrecht should know better. There's a publication on the Sphinx mutation, and it doesn't say that it's lethal whatsoever. So they have no excuse.
I feel I have to add something, because it says breed ban. We don't have a breed ban on Sphinxes. There's a breeding restriction on naked cats. It's exactly the same, only different wording.
Yeah, right.
But it has to do with the fact that you can breed with swings cats, only you cannot get naked kittens. They figured out that you can actually breed with swings cats and don't get naked kittens. So that's the assumption they made. That is where it was a breeding restriction.
Yeah.
And there's no breeding ban. But I just wanted to add that.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, that's good to note. Yeah. Okay, so those are food for thought. Okay, one more.
One of the things that, at least in our end of the world, in Denmark, that we are up against is that all our animal rescues organizations are run by dog people, and they are very much feeding the government organization their take on cats. And it's very difficult to get them to listen to the fact that we're actually very interested in breeding healthy cats. So one of the areas we might want to focus on is also educating rescue organizations.
Yeah, you absolutely got to be more proactive on your lobbying, and that's all. It comes down to that. You got to fight back and lobby, right? And so let's keep rolling, but let's keep those ideas handy, and we'll keep chatting about them. Okay, so Maine Coons, breeding for size, right? I think these are fascinating, these big, gigantic cats. And I would love to do a genetic study on these guys, because compare the modern Maine Coon, or I guess maybe more, what do you call these big Maine Coon cats? Are they big Maine Coon cats? Okay. Big Maine Coon cats. Did they kind of more originate in Eastern Europe and work their way west, or they just became big? They just became big. So everybody's been selecting for size, and now you have these big Maine Coon cats. I mean, compare those to a Singapore, right? Is that still maybe our smallest little guy out there, right? There are genes known that affect growth and size and stuff. And so that was one of the first studies they did in dogs. What's the difference between a Chihuahua versus a Great Dane? Well, shoot, let's do that. That sounds like a real fun study and stuff. So we just need a bunch of good DNA samples from the modern big Maine Coon cats, right? And compare them to some of the other cat breeds and stuff. But one thing I do want to point out is when you try to grow something bigger, faster, stronger, you have to be careful with that. And so that can lead to hip dysplasia in these cats. And I know maybe Maine Coons might not be the only ones. Maybe British are also having some issues with hip dysplasia. So the larger size, you have a higher potential for hip dysplasia. And also, but this is the key point, Perina showed this a long time ago, that forcing the animal to put on weight too quickly. And do you get that pressure? Don't you love, my cat's only 8 months old and look how big it is, right? You don't want that in your head, all right? So you don't want to put too much weight on these animals while they're still growing. I mean, this is the big argument in the horse racing industry, that horses that are 2 and 3 years old and running these races, they're breaking down on the track, whereas you have less breakdown in the eventing horses because they're much older when they're doing all their eventing and stuff. So you're putting too much pressure on growing bones and growing joints and stuff. And then if you do that, the animal is also more likely to be obese in adulthood. So think about us. If we're little and we were heavy as we were little, it's going to be more likely we're heavy as adults as well. So there are a couple organizations that keep track of this. So I encourage you to, use paw peds and the OFA registries, Orthopedic Foundation for Animals in the USA. They'll read the radiographs. So you have to radiograph your cat for a proper assessment of hip dysplasia. However, in cats, the heritability, it's not well documented. I'd have to read Åsa Anderson's paper again, Olson's paper again, and but the heritability is not real clear, and the higher the heritability, the more likely you have a single gene trait. Hip dysplasia, it's been around in dogs forever. They have made no progress in 30 years of genetics with finding causal mutations for hip dysplasia in dogs. All right, so geez, let's not go there in cats. Okay. So, and then you can't use the dog measurements because cats are far more flexible cats are far more flexible than dogs. So you can't use the standards that you measure for dogs to measure cat, what's called hip laxity. And so this is certainly, something where you don't want to see. You have lameness and pain. You'll have increased arthritis. Dogs even have femoral head replacements. I don't know how much do we do that in cats too? Yeah. So we need to back off that pressure to have the bigger, better Maine Coon cat. Yeah. I just look here, right?
Yeah. Unluckily, there is a lack of consistency between the two registries that you're mentioning, POVED and OFA.
Yeah.
And also the reading centers are not really fed correctly by radiologists or veterinarians. Every veterinarian is entitled to make radiography.
Yeah.
But the RX that they are sending to the centers are not necessarily accepted.
Huh.
So that is in theory very valid, but as a federation we were facing this topic some years ago, and even though the sentiment is very shared, there was a huge impossibility for all of our breeders and members in the different countries even just to have access to consistent X-rays.
Yeah.
Not to mention consistent reading.
Right.
So that was a huge issue to overcome.
Well, hopefully maybe we have progressed because a lot more stuff is digital now. And so it can be shipped around and you can get more consistent readings that way. But it sounds like an organized effort needs to be reinvigorated to try to address this. And so while the microphones are moving around. Yeah. Oh, go ahead, Eric.
Let's call a spade a spade. He's sitting here, my colleague on the board. It was our Finnish member that about 15 years ago brought the proposal to change the description of the Maine Coon, medium to large. Since that time, 2 or 3 proposals have been made. Denmark for sure, and maybe they tried it twice, to change that large to medium to large. For a very simple reason. Not to limit the gene pool excessively. And then the answer of the people was, yeah, but we want them large. Then take the large ones, but give the medium ones a chance to be there. The thing is that large translated over the years to long and sticky. And those are not viable cats. But the Maine Coon originate from your country, from Maine.
Yeah.
And you can still
they're not
get
that big, let me tell you. They'd be eating small children,
I had my first Maine Coon in 1992.
Yeah.
He died when he was 18, but he was big,
yeah.
But not like the super big. Too big and too small is always a risk. It's in dogs, it's in cats, it's the same.
Yeah. So something we have to readdress, yeah.
We have our program within our breeding. Since 1997 in Slovenia, we obligatory started to demand X-raying of the Maine Coon population, and everything was sent to OFA at that time because it was the only one who was doing proper elaboration. And to be honest, we have seen in about less than 20 years, we have now population where the offsprings are tested. Nothing is below, good is the worst what we have now. But we did the monitoring and we did the program. What is in the first step for 5 years can be mated with what, and then next 5 years. So we started to really clean. And what was imported in without test was not, I mean, they had to test, and if it was not anymore to the, or under the level, it could not be used for breeding.
Yep. This whole discussion is making my hips hurt. Because I have some hip dysplasia, and I'm looking at these radiographs, and I'm like, oh my God, I wonder what I look like.
No, I would like to comment on that, because I think that the fact that it's impossible is definitely not true, because they are getting x-rays compulsory on dogs, so there is no problem anywhere in the world to get radiographs. The reading is a different story, because they have to be read out by a person who understands what the cat hip looks like, but it's not a problem at all. Last year we've had multiple meetings with paw pets and other federations. They are very willing to start working with us on this, but unfortunately when we met with the breed council, they said absolutely not. We don't want to do this. So there is unfortunately a huge push from the breeders, and they are strongly against it, but it's becoming a big problem, unfortunately. And we do see this in British, we do see it in Maine Coons, we see it in Siberians, and all these really large breed cats, some Persians and exotics too, and it's becoming a huge problem. And the biggest problem is that unfortunately most of these cats are subclinical. So cats can compensate for their lameness much better than dogs. So everybody can tell dog is a lame. We did a study on 100 Maine Coons in Czech Republic, and almost 30% of them were affected, and the cats had no clinical signs according to the breeder. So it is a big problem, and we really should start doing something about this. So,
yeah. Just so people know what we're talking about, this is your nice happy hip here, and you can see that the head of the femur is nice and round and even. It's fitting well into the socket. There's a little bit of gap because you want synovial fluid in there to loosen your hips up. But by the time you get down here, the head of the femur is all messed up at this point. It's sticking out of the joint. And so this is a very severe hip dysplasia cat here. And so this would, I don't know where lameness would fall into play with what particular point there. But it's something, so what I'm trying to impress upon you, it's more likely that you're going to solve this than geneticists will. And so it's more likely through breeding behaviors that this will be solved than some genetic issue. I think we can probably find the genetics of what makes a cat bigger, but as far as the hip dysplasia, that's going to be in your territory, and you're going to have to make adjustments in that regard. Okay. All right, you ready for the real fun? Okay, so we kind of developed a bit of a working group after we met in Tasmania, or let's say I attempted to, and we met maybe 2-3 times. Then I put the Zoom down and said, I got to think about how much I need this taking control of my life, right? Because we would be having 2-3 hour Zoom conversations, and it was just really arguments that our cats don't have any health issues. And before we get there, actually one thing about the Bengal cats. So before we get to Breaky. So with the Bengal cats, so we talked about genetic testing. Step 1 for Wasava, start using genetic testing. I can see groups starting to head in that direction. That's great. That's starting to happen. All right. So we just want to see movement in the right direction. We don't want to say, have to do it now and all completely. All right. And we're going to help with standardization as well. Part 2, let's consider breeds that, might need to be retired. So we have some action items on that. So I'm not going to talk about dwarf cats because you don't have that, but we're trying to actually radiograph dwarf cats because one of the issues is, do they develop osteoarthritis more? And it's just like achondroplastic or chondroplastic dogs breeds do. I can't find, and if somebody can find it for me, in the literature, the proof that these dogs get more osteoarthritis. You talk to any vet, they say yes. I don't have proof in the literature to compare to. So we're doing a radiographic study, and the OFA is doing it for free for us. If somebody takes their dwarf cat in and gets radiographs, then they're going to be read by the OFA, and we're going to see, do these cats get higher frequencies or more early osteoarthritis than regular cats. Now, the other arguments about dwarf cats, they can't function like a normal cat. Well, they can jump up on a chair, but they maybe can't jump up on the refrigerator. They can sure as hell climb those curtains, no problem. So how much, again, does it become, I just don't like the looks of this cat, versus what truly can't it do that a normal cat can do, all right? But I don't want to talk too much about dwarfs. So we got kind of plans for that. I just mentioned the plan for Manx, okay? And those are really the hot breed, and then the Sphinx. So we've kind of talked about part 2. Part 3 was let's not bring any more wild blood in, all right? So I believe Chris Kalin has shown that most of the Bengal cats that they have genetically typed have a very low percentage of Asian leopard cat blood in them, 3 to 6% or so. And that's probably that because you're selecting for some things that are Asian leopard cat like. So if you're selecting for this beautiful, so this is probably a Bengal cat that has homozygote for APB, all right? So you can see it's very beautiful tabby markings on it, right? So if you're selecting for that, then the genes around it are also probably leopard cat as well, and that's adding up to your 3 to 6% leopard cat. But most Bengal cats are mostly just domestic cats that breeders have done a really nice job with selecting beautiful coat patterns and colors and body style, right? However, so this is what a leopard cat looks like. They'll rip your eyes out, by the way. So, does that look like that? No. And leopard cats have this cool, what's called underwhiting, right? Underwhite. And some Bengals have some of that as well. But these are small cats, no bigger than a domestic cat, and they're nasty little cats. And I had many in a colony for 15 years, or how many years? 13 years working at the NCI. I imported some from Estonia, all right? These are not nice cats. They never tame down. And you're putting them into a situation where they are always under stress. They don't want to be there. They don't want to be in that housing. And as I become older, I think this is tremendously unfair to these wild animals. And the Bengal breed is quite healthy. It's quite beautiful. I'm not saying ban Bengals at this point. I'm saying let's stop the import of new blood of just the leopard cat. You know, you can still do whatever you want on the domestic cat side of things, but you don't need the leopard cat to keep that breed healthy. That's a fallacy. And these cats are definitely... This is absolutely an animal welfare issue, is bringing in these cats. And then it becomes a question of how are they getting to where, because they're under CITES restrictions. And so how are people getting them in the first place? And I bet a lot of it's done illegally. And I don't think you should be promoting that as well. And so what we have to remember is... there's about 6 million years apart between an Asian leopard cat. And so if we talk about servals are down here, 9 million years. Do you know how many million years between us and a chimpanzee? About 8 million years. So that's the amount of difference. That's the amount of genetic difference, right, between these cat species and stuff. And so it's surprising that the only problem is agouti and its allelic incompatibility. But that's why in those early generations, you have all these sterile cats, and you also have cats truly with behavioral issues because they're very much Asian leopard cat-like. And now, has that been diluted down? Boy, every time I took our Bengal cats down through the hospital to get their eye exams because they have an inherited blindness, which came from the domestic side of things, you knew I was coming because those cats were talking. All right? They weren't aggressive, but they're talkers. But there has to be selection for good behavior as well. And that's too hard to do in those early generations. You have to ask yourself, 50% of those cats are males. Where are they going? What's happening to them? And so I think that's just all a bad idea. And so I would hope that all the registries would stop adding new wildcat bloodlines into whatever they have. Savannahs and Chelseas are such a small number. I wish it would just completely stop that, right? But Bengal cats are here, and they're quite beautiful. They're quite beautiful.
Recognized the Bengal in 1999, and in 2001 a rule came in place that within the next year the F1 should not be on the pedigree anymore, the other year the F2. In 5 years the pedigrees were domesticated in FIFe. The problem is when a country, Belgium, is Yuri here? Yeah, he can tell you, they wanted to forbid the Bengal because the other organizations don't have that. Yeah. They still allow an F1, even on the show. And the authorities don't see FIFe, Tika, whatever. They see the breed. Yeah. And but they managed to talk with that Flemish government or the Belgian government that they saw that should be turned down. This is something that was said at the World Cat Congress many, many times. And I've also appealed to those organizations. Stop with those wildcats because you're harming all of us. A wildcat has nothing to do in our house, belongs in nature. Yeah, absolutely. And so what has Australia done? They said, we're not dealing with any of this. No Bengal cats whatsoever. And so that's where you are now. And they're lumping Toigers along with that. And I know Judy tried to get Bengals out of her once she realized that having that wild blood was going to be an issue, she quit breeding to Bengals or to leopard cats and stuff, and but now they're wrapped up in it too, and it's a really hard battle for me to fight. But for them saying, they're going to have more hunting desire and skills than a regular cat, I'm like, I don't think so. And they're probably not going to be let outside because they're worth how much money, So, but it's. What it's like to argue with these guys. And so then also, some people will say, okay, the leopard cat, well, it's of least concern. So, why can't we import it and stuff? Well, that's only certain populations are least concern. They're quite threatened and endangered and vulnerable in different parts. And the point is we don't know how to distinguish these different subspecies and populations. So there's no way to tell with those imports of where those cats came from. And so you may be facilitating, really depriving certain populations of these cats where they're needed. So I'm going to try to start actually legislation for Missouri, and we're going to meet with the legislators to say, okay, we're going to start this in Missouri, see if we can expand it. We already have the Big Cat Conservation Act in the United States. So you can't hold a lion and a tiger and that anymore. You have to give it up, and we know in 15 years or so they're all going to die out. And so, Ringling Brothers is closed. You don't have this anymore. So, and most of why you had tigers was here, take a picture with the tiger cub. And then once they got big enough to eat you, then they become a problem, So, these little cats, just no reason
reason to have them whatsoever. And I know there's famous servals on Facebook and stuff like that, but I think if that cat would have its druthers, it would be out on the savannah somewhere. All right. Okay. So preaching to the choir on that one. But okay, brachycephalic breeds, right? So certainly there's more than one type of brachycephalic cat. And this is what we've had to learn in promoting this in the dog world as well, is that I lost my forward. There we go. Okay. So I pulled these right off your website, and these are historically brachycephalic cats. Being brachycephalic doesn't mean that's bad. All right. You can have a shorter face cat that is absolutely fine and healthy. And me looking at those, I'm quite happy and not concerned with the faces on those cats. And so we're trying to get away from just the word brachycephalic, but try to use the word hypertype or extreme brachycephalic to describe these animals that we have concerns with. And we know this is a big issue in the dog world. The cat world is a little bit different with their presentation, but it's just as bad. I think I might be losing my juice. A slide projector's tired of all this, man. So Burmese, historically known as fairly brachycephalic. I don't know what these cats look like in the U.S., but to me that just looks beautiful. And we got rid of, we found the mutation for the head defect, and that was an example where you can have one genetic mutation that can push the development of a facial structure. But in general, this is slow selection for probably many genes that affect the animal's face. So again, we're not going to be able to solve this by genetics, but more so by breeders being aware and trying to select for a slightly different facial presentation. And so unfortunately, then when we get to these guys, and we're also trying to say, just when it's too extreme, and we're trying to not use the breed name in this, but we all know this is Persian and exotics, right? So to me, those are unhealthy faces. And so why do we say things like that? We put together these workshops, and we had a whole list of goals, and I don't know, was anybody part of any of these workshops that we did by Zoom whatsoever? I know Pam Delabar was, and there was various different people, but we maybe had 2 or 3 discussions about what we could think about and brainstorm about. And really it was just people voicing opinions and stuff like that. And so how can we improve the quality of life of extremely brachycephalic cat breeds? And so we want to reduce the legislation that might come after these type of cats. But mainly we want to worry about the animal welfare and breed healthy cats. There is a huge amount of literature on this, so I really don't want to argue, is this true or not? It's come on, it's just absolutely true. And we just had a cat come through our hospital that was a Persian and had hydrocephalus. And so these cats obviously have abnormal bites, constriction of the lacrimal ducts and the tear ducts, inadequate airways, stenotic nares, where the nose is too small, the holes for the smokes, which then subsequently that inability to breed could be leading to some of the heart disease that we're actually seeing in Persians and increased blood pressure issues. Is this why Persians might have reduced activity compared to other cat breeds? We're not sure. And then instead of brachycephalic BOAS, brachiocephalic obstructive airway syndrome that we see in dogs, we tend to have more of an ocular syndrome in the cats as well, where we have entropion, we have sequestrum, where the little mineral deposits develop in the eye. You have reduced corneal sensitivity, so you don't have as much blinking. So some of these cats can't even completely blink and close their eyes. And then all that can lead to more infections. And the poor drainage by the lacrimal ducts also leads to infections as well. Plenty of data on all this. So just like the Manx, just like the Scottish fold, there is plenty of documented veterinary literature on this. And yes, of course, the veterinarians often write up the most extreme cases and see the most extreme cats and stuff, but the point is they are definitely there. And so, you know, just looking at what has transpired, this happens to be the CFA's pictures because I have all their almanacs in my lab. So I just flipped them open and said, let's see, when did this start to occur? Here's the winning cat of the year, and when did this start to occur? And so we can see that this has happened definitely in our lifetime, where we've gone from a cat in the 1980s, where the still I think that the nares is still pretty small on that cat in the 1980s, but the nose leather is still way down on its face, where now the nose leather is way up between the eyeballs, and I think that's one of the big things that maybe needs to be refined. And so I commend you guys, because looking at these noses on these cats, surely as a judge you can look at this and say that cat can't breathe, you know. And I mean, I can look at that and say that this is not good for these cats. So these ought to be just straight out disqualifications on the show bench. And so is this the change? Has this been a change in the standard for FIFe? That the part about the nose, was this just changed because it was updated in 2025? 1983. Well, that's worse, actually, because it says nostrils well open, allowing free and easy passage of air. Sounds good, right? And, you know, that you can't, you know, the breeders can't see, that doesn't fit the standard. The judges can't see that, okay, disqualify this cat. You know, this cat can't breathe. And that's where you have to get to. And the part about the stop being at the upper eyelid, or neither above or below the eye, that to me, that needs to come down, and maybe that is the big issue with these brachiocephalic cats. So just to show you the lacrimal ducts, they should be pretty wide open and have not a real sharp break here. So, you know, your tears actually drain into your nose, right? And that's where all those tears should be going, is inside your head, not down the front of your face. And so you have to ask yourself, if you need that product that removes stains from the front of your cat's face, you have a problem. All right. So of course, there's cats that will have maybe scarring because they had herpes virus as a younger cat or something like that, and you'll always have a little bit of a weepy eye or a little bit of buildup. So there's still always those issues, but to have them chronically every day, that you have to be cleaning your cat that way, you know you have a problem. So I mean, here's just examples, and here's the pet stain stuff. And honestly, when I see this is a thing that my friend has a Bichon, and they don't have a short brachiocephalic face, but they have a real pinched muzzle. And so that too is affecting the lacrimal ducts. And this dog just constantly has all this red stain And all I want to do is bathe that animal, every time I see it. And then people will ask me about staining. They'll often talk about, what do you call it, rusting. And it's like, I think a lot of people forget that if their animal is licking their paws a lot or rubbing their face, and then you'll get staining on the paws, and that's coming from the face. And then what does the cat do with its paws? It puts it up, it's licking its ears and stuff. So you're getting that stain going all over the place. And I've absolutely seen where people have had stained cats, and it's like, it's because it's all coming from the eyes. Yeah. So we really have to think about these issues. And I know I'm putting up some of the worst cases, but we know this is a chronic thing that has to be done in the cats. And here's examples of sequestrums. So they can start as a really small, just like, it looks like a freckle in the eye, and it builds up as a mineral deposit. These will actually sometimes shed on their own. And the thing is, the eye will heal and it'll be fine. It takes a long, long time. And I had this in my colony because I had show quality cats. And they were very brachycephalic. And we had 2 or 3 sequestrums we had to deal with over time. So we've pretty much had a discussion with these working groups. We started out with, does anything need to be done? And that was the longest part, because people are fighting, my lines don't do this, and it's okay, and I've bred cats for 30 years, and da-da-da-da-da, and I don't know, you got to look in the mirror at some point and stuff. And so what should be the goal? The goal needs to get these cats to a stage where you're constantly not having to be cleaning their faces, and that they have proper airway supply, and that they are not a health concern. So that's the goal. And so what do you need to do that? Well, I wonder why I have picture. Oh, because of your link as being a vet to try to talk to the European veterinarians. And what needs to be implemented. And so we came up with ideas of what needed to be implemented. And certainly there's always education of the vets. And can we change the standards? Can we change the points? How do we educate judges? If a judge does disqualify an animal, will that group now no longer invite that judge to breed, And so, hey, that's got to stop. What kind of, these are, I don't want mints. Give me some real drugs or something, Ricola, so give me some, opiates in there. Yeah. Okay, now we're talking. Yeah.
Shall I open it for you?
Yeah.
They make it so difficult nowadays for the children to open it.
I don't know what's in that.
It's not cocaine.
My hair's not going to fall out, is it?
No, it's not from Colombia. Especially for you, though.
Okay, thank you, sweetheart. Yeah. So now, yeah. Okay, we'll see. So definitely we need education out there as well. But really, this again is going to come back to us: will we accept this and make movement to improve these faces? And it has to be everybody. It has to be the registries playing a part. It has to be the breeders playing a part. It has to be the judges, and it also has to be the breed clubs, because if you start punishing the judges for doing their job, that is their job, to make sure that animal should be on that bench at some point, that shouldn't happen either. And so if that's a true concern, if that's the big driving concern, then something needs to change there. because it's a whole attitude that's incorrect, that I'm going to punish a judge for doing the right thing because I don't want that breeder to not come to my show, or that breeder's important in our club, and whatever it may be. So we recognize that's a big issue with it. And so thinking about the standards, with the CFA, that the forehead, the nose, and the chin has to be in a completely straight line. That's going to force you every time to be more and more extreme. How can that not? And the upper edge of the nose leather is not higher than the lower eyelid. Is not higher than the lower, so that might actually be okay. But definitely we got to think about the stop and these type of rules in there, and how can we adjust those so they'll be better. Just more ideas how to lessen retribution against judges that do things like that. That just shouldn't happen. That's not good. And how do we affect the registry? How do we affect the judges? Write a code of ethics for breeders. Are breeders often unaware of the standard? I can't believe that to be true, but so that's an education issue. Don't judge your friends, help your friends out and stuff. So we came up with all these different things that, could take a role, and everybody has to kind of grab onto one of them and try to do what you can. And again, so this is not going to be solved by any group is going to find a genetic mutation for this. This has to be breeders breeding in the right way. So I just had the FIFe standard up here, but we read it already. And so at this point, open for discussion. Yeah.
Enjoy your candy.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I have a first question? or first comment? Yeah. Good afternoon. We had, I don't know if you know, we had a month ago, I think, a webinar in FIFe about Persian and exotic, and I was very happy that you actually point out very similar things than we have in our webinar, that we more or less focus on the narrow nose leather, narrow nose frills, and also the eyes. And of course, I hope that our judges really keep eye on this, but still remember that in a way Persian is not the British long hair, and it should not be, also not in the future. But I was very happy to see your presentation. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Veiko. I have Bette.
Yeah, I think we need to keep in mind that, we're not going to change the face overnight. Those changes were from 1980 forward, and even 1980, so it's going to take time. But if you can demonstrate that we're trying to move in the right direction, and this is what we've done to move in that right direction, that's what I want to hear. And so if the first thing, the easiest thing to work on is let's make sure those nostrils are nice and big and open, okay, that's the start.
When you refer to registries, are you then thinking of the like FIFe and TICA and CFA, or are you talking about the registries within the FIFe members?
I guess both. I mean, so the registry is who has the standard, right? So you have to all work together to affect that standard. And then the registry also has to say, we want to put a concerted effort towards health. And so I think with the World Cat Congress, there might be a working group that kind of comes up that is focused on, here's a cat issue, let's work on it. But it starts with the grassroots. It starts with the individual breeder. And so it's going to have to work at every level of legislation for these cats.
But I think it also starts with the veterinarians. You had the veterinarians on your list.
Yeah.
We have for now quite a few years had a mandatory attestation from veterinarians for our breeding cats.
Mm-hmm.
And I have not yet heard that any veterinarians have been opposing the Persian cats, have denied them their attestation, even though the organization of veterinarians, of course, have focused on this.
Well, then you should actually ask yourself why, because I don't understand how that could not happen. And maybe Eric has an answer to that, but is there, do you selectively select the right veterinarian that is not going to kick out your cats from the cat show? So they need to be educated too, that if a cat has nose like that, then I don't know what you would do. Could you take, the end of your lollipop and say, is that nose bigger than that? I don't, there's lots of pictures. You can just have pictures in front of you and say, yeah, okay, that's good. I don't know.
I have Marcel first and then Eric. Marcel?
Yeah. I also have a question because we've seen over the last couple of months, more than years, I would say, that our breeders are being checked, turned away from vets. But in dogs, they, because this all started with dogs, they came up with some sort of measurement to say, okay, in what way will a dog be okay for breeding? When will it not be okay? It seems like in cats, they've just decided it's never okay. There's no criteria. And I'm just wondering how that can be the case. Is that a matter again of training vets properly to identify whether a cat is suitable for breeding, yes or no, or is that more something that is pressurized by, say, certain groups?
Well, I think the answer is all of that. There's pressure from different groups. Like we have mentioned before, people think cats are small dogs and just think what's good for the dog goes for the cat. There has been measurements made, and some of those measurements actually just cause the outlaw of several complete breeds. The whole breed you'd have to throw out and stuff. So we're learning from the dog world what to try to do and what not to try to do. But I think most people just kind of will start lumping the extreme brachiocephalic cats with just any old dog. But Petra has some, I'm sure about, yeah.
Thank you. I have Eric now.
Okay.
Yes, first I must explain to the people, I've known Leslie a long time, and I hate to disagree with her, because she championed me in Portugal when someone stole my bag, and she ran into the park after the thief, and she was so disappointed she couldn't catch him. A lost passport, car keys, wallets, everything from the two of us. But that's beside the point. She was my hero. But what you said about the Persian and the nose, and you say you can see it. I want to invite you the next time that I judge at a show with beautiful Persians to come and sit next to me and look at one of those cats and hold one of those cats. As a judge, for me, three things are important. Beauty is not the first one. The first one is a shared third place, temperament and health. And health, I'm not a veterinarian, but the cat has to have a muscular body, a shiny coat, that's a sign of health. And then they have to adhere to the standard. Some of those cats that you showed there, you cannot say that those cats are breathing badly. When a cat has problems breathing, you don't see it on the nose, you feel it when you hold them because they have a narrow chest and they will stand like that on the table. And in the 25 years that I judge, I've seen that 3 times and disqualified them. I cannot say if a cat that's 8 kilos, shiny and dancing on the table and playing, that his nostrils are too small. First of all, I don't want him to look like Miss Piggy with those very big holes, but that is not it. The stop is also a length of the nose. you talked and said people think cats are small dogs. This is the problem for a lot of us because a lot of governments apply the same rules to the canines as they do to the felines. As the World Cat Congress representative, I was in France, where also the FCI president was, Monsieur Thomas Jackel, and we had a discussion about cats and dogs. And I said, listen, Mr. Jackel, dog breeding, you breeders have gone over a bridge from one side of the river to the other, and the bridge has collapsed. With the cats, we are still on the bridge. We can go both ways. He was not too amused with that, but later I gave some arguments that he was happy with. But that is the fact. But you are so right, we can do something now. And the first instance is that breeders take their responsibility, but no breeder wants to breed sick cats. That's not the ambition of any breeder. But really, I feel that instead of going, you know, you think about the Burmese head defect, which is something terrible. Breeding plans are happening everywhere, that they are outcrossing them, thank God for that. But a Persian cat is actually, in my book, a very healthy cat that reaches, without problems, 14, 15 years of age. And more, yeah. I had something else, but forget it, will be too long.
Thank you, Eric. Petra, please.
Yeah, I think, you know, being breeder, vet, and a judge, if you ask me to sign a paper, if you can use a cat for breeding, I don't think that's the right thing for me to say, right? Like, I need to sign a form that says the cat is healthy according to my opinion as a vet. Like, just for example, and thank you to all the organization that had sent the exam for the cats that they're using. There's, for example, just looking at the Swedish and Danish one, there's a huge difference between what says on each form. So I actually could pass way more cats based on the exam from the Denmark one than the Swedish one goes in so many details on lameness and all these things. So to pass the standard of the Swedish one would be so much harder as a cat than, for example, the Danish one. So there are definitely, I think, differences, and I cannot say that, for example, based on this form, the cat is able to breathe well and stuff. So that doesn't specifically ask there. So I think it's really hard to then blame a vet because someone signed some form, because these forms are very different. So Leslie and I are actually working on some standardization for these form, for example. But I think the point is that I think we really should accept the fact that unfortunately some of these cats really have a lot of problems. And you know, I have an exotic short hair at home, and you know, I love that cat more than anything, but there are so many of these cats that have unfortunately a lot of problems. There are problems with their breathing. Like Leslie, for example, was showing, our standard specifically says the nose has to be between the eyes. It actually says it should not be above, but it also should not be below. So we specifically are asking for this in our standard at the moment as well. So that might be an issue too. But I would just like that we stop having this discussion if these cats have problems or not, because these cats have a problem and that's the end of story. Not all of them, but unfortunately a lot of them have a problem. And I know people will start throwing rocks at me again, and I become very unpopular when I say this. I love Persians and exotics more than anything. It's one of my most favorite breeds to judge. I love those cats, but we really need to start helping them a little bit so they still will live to the 14 and 20 years of age. And I just think that these discussions, that what we are presenting as veterinarians and scientists, that I think both Leslie and I are actually quite respected in the field when it comes to vets. I think arguing about scientific evidence when we always want scientific evidence, and for this breed we have plenty, I just think this is not the way to go, unfortunately. And now you can start throwing rocks.
Thank you, Petra. I think I have Natalie now.
Yeah. I've got two questions. Let's go back to the HD. On which age you would advise to make a picture? Because last year we had in the Netherlands a cat who got a picture at 5 months, and this vet said, this is a very severe HD. This cat has to be operated on as soon as possible.
Well, that's going to be more of a veterinary question, and I don't really have the data for cats to say what would be a good age. They've figured out that they have ages in dogs, but I won't know that as yeah.
If there is a severe hip dysplasia at 5 months, the cat has a huge problem and it's never going to get better. But we usually should try waiting. This is the biggest problem when it comes to the recommendations for hip dysplasia screening, because we usually made them before 14 months, and general recommendations for these cats are about 12 to 14 months. Depends when all the growth plates and all the bones and everything closes. So ideally about 14 months would probably be, the recommendation, but it would be a problem for most of us because then we wouldn't get the first kind of hip screening before the first breeding and stuff. So there's definitely limitation to that. But if it's a huge, severe hip dysplasia at 5 months, that's a problem for the cat for the rest of the life.
Thank you, Petra. I have Rika now.
Rika.
Yep.
Yes, I have Rika.
That makes me wonder, why did you have a hip X-ray done at 5 months? I mean, did you recognize something was wrong? Yeah.
Rika?
Yeah. We have some Maine Coon power in this row, so I decided to comment a bit. First, on what Eric earlier said about the large in our standard. I don't think the word is the problem, it's how we interpret it. It doesn't say extremely large. We have other large breeds like Norwegians, ragdolls. And then to defend a bit our Maine Coon Breed Council for Petra's earlier comment, I'd like to point out that in the Breed Council we understand the hip dysplasia issue very well and the importance to work for it. But what we did state earlier was whether the focus should be on the guiding and motivating the breeders to do the testing rather than implementing a mandatory test or mandatory rules for that. And the other even more important point then was that if a mandatory test will be implemented, it should be on all affected cats and not just Maine Coons. So those were my 2 comments on that.
Thank you very much, Rika. I have now Carl.
Oh, big side. Yeah. Sorry, I'm going back from the to the brachycephalitis again. I'm in a country in Austria where this is a big issue. In fact, these cats are forbidden, period. There is no way to breed with them. There is no way to show them. And the main point, and that is my question to you, in the dog fancy, there is a certain classification. This is this BOAS, 1, 2, 3, 4. And in the dog fancy, they could at least manage to have the level 1 for showing and breeding, the level 2 for showing, not breeding, and 3 and 4 is out. In the cat, they say we have no objective criteria anymore. And the only criteria is the breed. So they move from the criteria brachycephalitis or problems with the nostrils, or they move to the breed and they start to ban the breed. My question, is it planned, or do you think about a classification that we can go against this and can say we have an objective measurement? We want to measure. A veterinarian, a state veterinarian on the entrance has no tool in the hand to say if this is a bad or is a healthy cat. So all cats are out.
That's exactly what has happened, is just throw out the whole breed instead of trying to pick good individuals within the breed and bad individuals within the breed. And that, again, is, as we mentioned, there's not a lot of people around that have expertise in cats. And so there is all this literature in dogs to glean from. Not all of it will pertain, but what can we already at least grab and develop quickly? We would kind of want the nose holes to look like this, for example, and so yeah, it kind of needs to have a bit of a working group, and that's kind of been the topic of the day, is developing working groups to work on these type of things. There is lots of literature, and the thing is, Petra and I can't do it all. Yeah, so there needs to be help from you guys, that, you know, because we can come up with all the ideas and rules we want, but this is also, and that's kind of why there hasn't been more discussions with this on Zoom, is because I wasn't feeling like the group that I was talking to was going to make an effort to change anything. And when I asked for just someone from every group, from each registry, would you please send me a picture of your winning cat from the year? I couldn't even get that, you know. So if there's not cooperation from the breeders, then I'm going to go work on something that I can get cooperation from. Yeah.
Thank you. I have Adriana now.
Now the question, it was out of because I was thinking about the hip dysplasia.
Sure, we can go back.
Okay. One of my cats was going outside Bucharest, get a broken leg from the femur. They don't know how to treat it, and come back with this cat in Bucharest. Unfortunately, too late, they cut the femur head. And I said, what it will do, how it will work? Don't worry, in 2 weeks, they will recover the joint. And it's true, in 2 weeks, she started to work normally.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's, you know, I'm not a veterinarian, but I've heard two things that I've heard that if you put a cat in a room with all its bones, it'll reassemble itself. There's not a lot of orthopedic things in cats. And at least that's what I've heard from two vet schools, Davis and Missouri, that cats do quite well with their orthopedic issues. Yeah. But then it becomes a question, you know, how much are Persians I've always thought that Persians have learned to be rather kind of calm and cool and collected because they have to deal with all this grooming. And so you've had to select for cats that would deal with all that grooming. But maybe part of it is because, you know, they can't breathe as well as we think they can, you know, or maybe they have more pain than we think they do. Yeah. So.
Natalie, please.
Then we go back. You said breeders should go and select and breed better. Mm-hmm. But what if we have a breed ban like Austria and the Netherlands on brachycephalic breeds? So we cannot breed them anymore, because if you breed the female, you get a fine. If you let a boy mate, for example, a European, you get a fine. Mm-hmm. And these fines are very high.
Where are you from?
Netherlands.
It's two teeny little countries.
Yes, we are just a pinpoint on this whole earth.
You're picking the two little teeny countries.
Yes,
you know?
it's ridiculous.
I don't mean to pick on you, but yeah.
I know.
I have Steve now.
I don't know what to do, because you've already been too late, right? And so you have to sit and show that, look, everybody around us have bred better cats. Can we reverse this ban? Because, so can we reverse this? And the only way you're going to be able to try to reverse that is to show that measures were taken. And
Stephen?
Yeah, I would just like to comment something that Rika said with regard to the Maine Coon. How long does it take you when you Google the largest cat breed in the world? It takes 1 second, because there are so many Maine Coon breeders. This is the big selling point for the breed. Okay, there's nothing we can do about that, really. But I just want to say one thing here. we've talked about breeding guidelines. And in Norway we are, yes, I know Finland already has breeding guidelines for a lot of breeds. Norway, we're starting the process, and the first breeding guideline we got into NRR was from the for the Maine Coon, from the Maine Coon Special Club. And the first line in this breeding guideline, which was to do with the history of the cat, the first line was, "The Maine Coon is the biggest cat breed in the world." Of course, I had to reject this guideline as a guideline which NRR could stand behind. Okay, it didn't take long to get this sentence removed, but when we have the breed clubs or the breed organisations in the different countries putting things like this in our breed guidelines, and also, as far as I'm aware, 2 of the authors of this breed guidelines are members of the FIFe Maine Coon Breed Council. I mean, we have to get rid of these gimmicks, and don't hide the fact that these gimmicks are being used in our organisation as well as all over the world with regard to, in this case, with regard to the Maine Coon breed. We need to get rid of this stuff.
Thank you, Stephen. I think we have one more, and then we can have a coffee break because it's time. And Marcel, you're the last. You have the honor to be the last.
I have to clear up one thing. There's no breed ban for Persians and exotics in the Netherlands. That's one thing. And my second thing is a question for Petra and a reaction to Carl. Because I think there is scientific research, it's very old, but it's there, that has 4 levels of brachycephalic. 4 levels of brachycephalic. A lot of other scientific papers refer to this. I think the problem is that it's really maybe outdated, I don't know. But what is your feeling about that? Is that something that we could renew or update?
Yeah, so those degrees are for dogs, and Leslie mentioned that at the beginning that cats are extremely different. So we have multiple studies showing that in dogs, the part of the boas is the nostrils, the elongated soft palate, everted laryngeal sacules, which cats, the only thing we've found from all these studies in cats is the nostrils and the eye problems and the teeth problems, mainly in these cats. So the grading can definitely be developed in cats, but it would have to be completely different to dogs, because we cannot grade the same way, because 2 of the main problems in dogs do not exist in cats at all. So we had to look at very, very different things, but I think the grading can definitely be developed. I think one of the things potentially would be we already are looking at the nostrils. We discussed that at the webinar. We are already going to be looking at those eyes more, but I do agree with Leslie that if you actually look at those, what our standard says about the position of the nose, of course, is potentially going to be problem moving forward. And like Leslie said, we can just do nothing, but I can probably promise you in Europe, the organizations are gonna impose huge things on there's a huge push from these veterinary organizations, and I am actually the one, I know here I'm saying so much bad stuff, but Leslie can probably confirm that when I'm on veterinary meetings, I'm probably one of the people who is trying to say the best things about these cats.
Thank you, Petra. 2 maximum minutes to Veikko, but maximum, really.
Thank you, Donatella. I need only one. I need to say in the end that in Finland has been a study for Persian and exotic over 150 cats, and this study tells that 80% of those Persians bred completely normally, and those who have any issues, they were all mild, like a slight sniffing. That I need to tell. And also what Leslie said earlier, that Persians perhaps have some problems about breathing, and that's why they are not active. I have been with Persians 40 years, and I have seen also other breeds at home, and they are active cats. They are running around, and they are happy and healthy and jumping and live long. That's something I need to tell. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I agree that, that's maybe an if on my part. That is this why they are kind of, I don't know the answer to that, but that's one idea. And I do want to point out that Dr. Cerna represents our future. I'm old now, right? I can't walk, I can't hear, and there's a few people coming along in the World Small Animal Vet Association. Petra's one of them. That they're our future, and they're trained in science and genetics. So please don't throw too many rocks. You throw a rock at me, I'm a pretty good catcher, and I bet I throw it back harder. Still to this day, but be aware that we all have the same goals. And we don't want to force anybody to do anything. It has to be done at the grassroots, and that's with you guys. And we don't want to see anybody leave the cat fancy. We want to see it grow too. So how can we all work together to come up with decisions that is the best we can come up with? Yeah. All right.
Thank you, Leslie, for the super lecture, for your time, dedication, and we really hope to have you soon again with us. We need you, You're not too old, don't worry. No. We are back in 20 minutes, please, here. So we only have 20 minutes coffee break. Thank you.
People, please take your seat.
Welcome back. Huh? Can you please take your seat? We have the last part of the today's seminar. Please take your seat. Eric, you need to. All right. So, this is the last lecture of today. It's about the Siberian and the Neva Korin variety, which has been preliminarily recognized starting from 1st of June 2025. From tomorrow. Yes. So, I give the floor to Stephen. And thank you.
Okay, gentlemen, ladies. I would like to start this lecture with a quick hands up. And I would like to ask how many of you are totally fed up with me lecturing about Korin? Okay, then we're more or less in agreement with each other, because I did a quick count back, and over the last 3 to 4 years I have lectured about Korin in various seminars 7 times, and I'm getting to the stage where I say, and this is 3 years of my life that I will never get back. But anyway, I promise you, I make a very faithful promise, you will never hear me lecturing about Korin again. I don't know whether that's a promise that I can keep, but that's a promise that I make. Okay, on the agenda for the seminar, we advertised that we'll be talking about Korin in British short hair, long hair, and the Siberian Never Masquerada. I've already explained to you that we're not quite there yet with regard to the British short hair, British long hair. We have another few bits and pieces to finish off. So what I'm going to talk about today is just Korin in the Siberian and the Never Masquerada. I don't want to spend too much time talking about the colours. What I would like to run through first is the process that we need to go through. because there are some tricky things in the process. What I can tell you, if you haven't already found out, is the full details of this process are now in a document on the FIFe homepage. I strongly suggest that you go to the FIFe homepage, download this document, because this document gives you as judges a lot of responsibility. And also we're going to try and do it's been necessary to do some new things. But I want to quickly run through the new things that we have to we've had to utilize for the preliminary recognition phase of Corin in Siberian and Never Masquerada. Okay. The first novel thing that we have to do is that this preliminary recognition is the first time that we've had a preliminary recognition for group cats. This, of course, has caused us some organizational problems here, and what we have had to do is make two new groups, Group 10 under the Siberian and Group 7 under the Never Masquerada, and these groups will be temporary during the preliminary recognition phase, and all the preliminary recognized colors in Siberian and Never will compete together in these groups. This, of course, is not an ideal situation, because we will get cats which are destined for Group 3, Group 4, Group 7 and Group 8 in the Siberian. They will be competing against each other in the preliminary recognition phase. And the same in the Never Masquerada. The group, all the Corin Never Masquerada are in one group. As I say, this potentially causes for these cats unnecessary competition, but it is not. It was never possible for us to have preliminary recognised breed colours in existing groups, because you can't have a preliminary recognised colour cat competing for a certificate against a recognised colour cat, and you cannot. They compete for different certificates. And you can't issue two certificates in the same class. This is why we had to do it this way. We understand that this idea has caused some problems in certain FIFe members, because obviously they have to update their show systems. And we already recognise that in some countries they may not be ready tomorrow or at their next show with setting up these new groups. Okay. The next thing to note, this is standard for preliminary recognised colours. They can only be shown up to classes 7 and 8. Best in variety is possible, but no nominations for best in show. So you need to remember this when you are judging these cats in the preliminary phase. No nominations for the best in show. We come to the red and the cream cats. Red and the cream cats will not take part in the preliminary recognition process, as Corin is a black agouti modifier. They compete as either D or E in the existing groups, in SIB groups 5, 6, 7 and 8, and Never Masquerada 5 or 6. Now, I need to put a little caveat on this. From the Siberian Breed Council, we have a statement that you can tell the difference between a red agouti cat and a red Corin cat. So what we have asked for from the Siberian Breed Council is photographic evidence to demonstrate to us that there is a significant enough difference in the phenotype. We have not received this information yet. When we receive it, we will look at it and we may adjust that we can include red and cream in the preliminary recognition phase, but we will get back to you guys about this when and if it happens. Okay, the next problem that we have had to attack is the fact that there are already a number of Corin cats, probably quite a lot, which are already competing as golden cats, and they have been successful enough to get up above class 7 or 8. So we have to come up with a solution. It's not a brilliant solution. That we have made a statement that they may continue to be shown in their existing groups if they received the last certificates for the IPIC title before 1st of June. In the Siberian and Never Masquerada, for me personally, this is not a massive problem. Colour and pattern in Siberian and Never Masquerada are 5 points. So even if you know that a cat is a Corin cat in the Siberian, you could strictly carry on awarding it certificates in the higher classes. This is obviously going to be a totally different ball game when we get to the British short hair, long hair, judged by colour, with lots of points for colour and pattern, but we will attack that as well when it comes. So here is this what we say about what you should do in show classes 1 to 6. As I say, you carry on allowing them to be shown. It is possible that you will get some cats which are shown to you as golden, that you can very easily see are Corin. Then our recommendation here is if the owner of the cat agrees, of course, that the show organisation just writes Corin on the behind the EMS code, just to say that they are aware of the fact that it's a Corin cat. But you cannot, we did not find a way, if a cat has got a ICIP certificate, according to our rules, if it changes colour, you can't put it back to to class 9 or 10. So this is why we have to say that these cats carry on. With regard to classes 7 or 12, if you're getting a Siberian or never in groups 3, 4, 7 and 8 for Siberian, and groups 3, 4 for the Never Masquerada, which you can see is a Corin cat, you should issue a transfer recommendation to compete into to change this cat to a Corin and move it to group 10 or group 7. There was a lot of discussion about this because this is putting a lot of emphasis on the judge to potentially put a transfer recommendation in to a cat which has been very successful at the show in as a youngster or in the open class. So this one is essentially up to you guys. We know it's not a perfect solution. Depends on how you want to tackle this. I don't even know yet how I will tackle it, so I can't come with any proposal. Tia, you want to say something? Yeah, if... Go on, Tia.
I want to ask you, because you know we are judges, so how we will know if the last title was issued before 1st of June? So that means that basically show organizer, but if it's foreign country, for instance, how the hell they will know what our registry is doing? And how can I, because people also don't carry around their certificates, so we will just have to believe them, and then they can tell us whatever stories. How we tackle that problem?
Tia, I already said that this is not a 100% foolproof solution. There are the next 12 months, we're not out of the woods yet. The next 12 months, hopefully only 12 months, so we can get all this sorted out before the next General Assembly. There are going to be awkward situations. There are going to be mistakes. And we need to be, in my opinion, quite relaxed and to the, what shall we say, to the benefit of the exhibitor. It's not the exhibitor's fault that we've mucked around with this for such a long time. So I would suggest I will certainly give the exhibitor the benefit of the doubt all the time. These transfer recommendations, you could, sorry, Eva, yes?
I just have a small question. So if I understand right, I can judge Corin cat in class 7 and give best in variety but no nomination. Correct?
A Corin cat in which group are you talking about?
10.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then I have a Corin cat in class 3, in group 3, 4. And that one I can give certificate and nominate.
Yes.
Or transfer it to group 10 and it's not allowed to compete for 1 year.
That you... Our recommendation is you don't do that.
No, but that was what you said. You can make a recommendation for transfer into Corin.
No, not in classes 1 to 6.
In which classes you can recommend? Yeah, but they are already in class group 10.
No, this is if... No, it says here, Eva, if you in classes 7 to 12, if you get a cat presented to you in group 3, 4, 7, 8, or 3 and 4 in the never, there you can issue a transfer recommendation.
To group 10.
To group 10 or 7, yeah?
Yeah, yeah. Mm.
In
okay.
Above class 7, above
8.
class 7 or 8,
Mm.
you just put your head in the sand.
Yeah, okay. And wait another year. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Next is Carl.
Yeah, when I see your data here, as well as when I read the document on the website, this is a little bit different. And when you read what stands on the website, it is clear described what to do. So this is not a question of doubt, this is clear. You are in these classes when you are between class 12 to class 7, you issue a transfer recommendation when you think it's a Corin cat and move it over to class to group 10 or to group 7. It's very clear, no doubt, no question. When you have a cat which is in the higher classes and the show organizer proved the entry of this cat that the title was reached before this date 1st of 6, then this cat compete as before, and it stands definitely there. You have to ignore or not penalize any Corin information on this cat, period. So this is not a way of disqualifying the cat, this is not a way of interpretation. When I read the rules here, they are quite clear. When the cat is in the higher classes, you see the Corin, fine, period. And you continue when the cat follow the standard, you nominate the cat can win best in show and everything. So it's not this interpretation. Until now we had a problem. We got a Corin cat and didn't know what to do with it. Should I do it? Should I disqualify it? I see it on my left eye, this is Corin, so I must disqualify it because it's not the recognized color. I think when I look at this, plus what you read there, the system is tight. There is no room for interpretation in. Thank you.
We have also...
Okay, all right. I'll go along with what Carl said. You have an easy job, guys. There's no room for interpretation, so you have an easy job for the next 12 months. I must admit I slightly disagree with Carl's sentiments.
Are you ready with what you wanted to say? Why don't they first let you finish with what you want to say and then the questions come?
No, I don't have any problem with people commenting as we go along here.
First Charles, Carl and Natalie. Thea.
I think during figuring this out, the question was, what do we do with these cats in classes 1 to 6? And in my opinion, there was only two solutions. The first one is that we should tell them to stay home until full recognition is achieved, or we would find a way to let them continue their show career. And we have ignored Corin. First we didn't know what it was, then we knew what the name was, and still we kept on judging this as golden and bringing them to the panel. Please, let's continue this way for one more year. No, I know.
Is somebody? Tia. Okay.
Now one question more, because at the first phase it was always the transfer could be done only with based on genetic tests. And now I ask also as judge, when I'm at show and I see in classes 12 to 7 at this scoring cat, can I transfer, or I can just give recommendation and then they will have to do the test, or how is this? Because we know that in a lot of countries it can be done that you transfer directly, and secretariats are very helpful with providing the proper paperwork, so they're transferred. But what is now with this scoring test?
Yeah. Well, the problem is that although my personal preference would be all these cats to be colour tested, but we cannot force the breeders to do this. As I say, I think the quickest way to get this mess sorted out is to have all the cats tested, but we can't force the breeders to do this. The only way to do a transfer in the rules at the moment is by the judges at the show, either in 13C or a recommendation to transfer for the next show. But again, we have a slight, in my opinion, we have a slight complication. If we issue a transfer in the adult classes, not so much in 9 and 10, but in 7 and 8, if we issue a recommendation to transfer, say for the Siberian in group 10, where does it go in Siberian group 10? Does it keep its champion title? And then starts competing for a preliminary international champion title? Okay, fair enough.
Right. Stephen, I have one more question. For sure, now when we start, like we always have problems with silver cats, you know, okay, we have also the testing, that the exhibitor will come with certificate, genetic certificate that the cat is scoring. And we judge cats according to phenotype. So we for sure have also some bad scoring appearance of the cat. In that case, what should we do? If we have positive test for Corin, will we transfer, or we will still judge on phenotype?
Now, I was a little bit confused by that statement, because a true Corin cat, which has 2 genes for Corin, is not a warm brown tabby. It's a cat that looks golden. So there's no such thing that I've seen which is a bad Corin. What these cats are In my opinion, these are cats that are carrying a single corin gene. And because even though corin is recessive, I notice, both in my house and in shows, that if a cat carries a single corin gene, it does have a little bit of effect on the coat and makes it a warmer brown tabby. But it's not a cat, it's just a corin carrier. So it should stay in group 3 and 4, hey? 3 or 4.
What if the owner of this Siberian volunteers to go back and help the recognition process?
Yes, I recognise that there are. I recognise that there are certain owners and exhibitors and breeders of corin cats that have already achieved very high titles, who are interested in helping in the preliminary recognition phase. Now, this obviously is my advice, not to you guys here, but potentially to the Siberian breeders who are watching from their home. I think with the reduced amount of showing that we have here, that it's not necessary for these highly premiered cats to be a part of the corin recognition process. I know already, just in my own country, there's probably 5 who are ready to rock as soon as we let them. That's just in one country. And we only need, I can't remember what we've reduced the requirements to, we need a lot less cats to be exhibited than in the rules. So I personally don't think that it's necessary for them to contribute with their highly premiered cats.
Okay, I have a very similar question to the Daniels, but the opposite way. I had a cat at the show that completely appears as a corin. It has all features of the corin cat. And I asked the owner, like, okay, this is a corin cat, so I'm not going to nominate you. It was in a quite lower class, so I give a certificate. But she said, sorry, I have a genetic test and this cat is not a corin. So what then? Then I look only for the phenotype. Or if she brings the genetic test that this cat, obviously corin, is not corin, what to do then?
Charles, first Eric and then...
Dominica, I've not seen this. A cat which has two corin mutations, which does not look like a golden cat. I've not seen this. Huh?
A corin cat.
Well, okay, then it stays as a golden.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm surprised about that, Dominica.
Eric.
There's one general problem. We judge. We get a cat on the table, and the owner says it's a blue Tonkinese, and it looks like a lilac. Snow, or whatever, we can't use that term, but a 33. And she says, yes, but I have a test. And I say, but your test is very interesting for you, but not for me as a judge, because I judge what I see, and I don't have a microscope on the table. And now, all of a sudden, I have to get a test to prove that I can judge that cat that way. I normally don't even want to look at those tests because that is for the breeder to decide and to for their breeding experience, but not for me as a judge. And if what you said, Domenica, if the cat for you looks like a Corin, the owner can, for me, be very angry with you or whatever. She can do with that certificate whatever, but I will judge that cat in the color that I think it is, or I will re-register it in the color that it is. Because otherwise we get a completely confusion about those genetic tests. If we start to judge by the genetic tests that we get, then we're lost. You know, there are also cats that are not show cats, let's put it there.
Thank you, Eric, for explaining exactly what I was going to say. Corins should not be treated differently when it comes to genotype, phenotype. If we are doing that, we even create only more mess. Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, me again. Now it's a now it's a bit another question, which is a bit more complicated, and that is about registration. So. It happens on the show, normally in whatever, group 3, you see a cat, you recommend to move it to group 10, we speak about Siberian, that happens in the show, and a lot of shows, you do this more or less in the morning, and the cat is judged twice. So. Wonderful to CRC and or whatever the cat is moved to, and then this person go to the registrar of the club and said how we register this. And in fact, what the register would be, it would be if he not provide a genetic test, because he must not provide this test, he must make the phenotype registration. So that would solve the problem. So the point, that is okay, that works. But I have a problem in the higher classes. When a person coming in with a Grand International champion, which is now an NY whatever, have a genetic test that is Korean, looks as a Korean, and the cat is registered into Korean. Where is it then shown?
It can't be shown.
Why not?
Because
then I say I not register the cat, and then I can continue showing this is not fitting.
No, you cannot re-register a cat which is already in class 5 or 6 or higher into a Corin. Or the only way you can do this is to register it as a Corin and it go back to class 9. And we, Sorry? Yeah, that's. Yeah, this is why I just said 5 minutes ago. Please do not. And again, this is not for you guys, unless you're a Siberian breeder. This is mostly for the audience at home. Please wait to re-register your cats as a Corin if they're in the higher classes. I believe that we will have enough cats to get through the preliminary recognition phase within a short period of time, 6 months, such that they don't need to re-register to contribute in the preliminary recognition. I've already had this question from the breeders in Norway, who are very eager to contribute to the preliminary recognition, and I've told them to wait until I get back from the General Assembly, such that we can sort it out after I get back. And as I say, this is my recommendation to all Siberian breeders all over FIFe. If you've got a cat which is in the higher classes, just carry on. Okay, I have to hurry up a little bit here. Again, we've been through the transfer recommendations. Okay, I got all the colour descriptions here. I don't want to go through all the colour descriptions. Again, if the colour descriptions are on the FIFe homepage as preliminary recognised colours. So please, if you're, I would recommend that you go to the FIFe homepage, download the full colour descriptions, and put them in your judges in the standards map, such that you are aware of. Again, this is what's in there at the moment, where it says that red and cream cats will not be recognised with the Corin modifiers. That will stay there until we get proof, pictorial proof. And then we might change this. Okay, here is the general colour description for Corin. I don't want to go into detail about this. It's based on the colour description we have for Golden, and there's just some slight modifications. And you can see here we introduce the whisker pads, the chin, and the chest, and the top of the feet may be whitish, light cream. Now, Petra has already commented to me that perhaps using the word whitish is could be interpreted incorrectly. What the answer to this is that it's the same with all new colour descriptions, is that we exist with this colour description for the period of the preliminary recognition, and as part of the final recognition, the Judges and Standards Commission will see if it's necessary to update this based on experience in the preliminary recognition phase. Of course, we have on the nose leather, here we have pink to apricots without a rim, or also with a possible broken rim. You can see this in some of the Siberians, that they have a partial rim on the nose. And of course the paw pads should be the same colour as the tipping, so you should have a pink nose with a slightly outline, and on a black Corin cat you should have black paw pads. Same with the Corin tabby, that this is again based on the Golden. The only difference really with the Golden is the pink to apricot without nose rim on the, or with a broken rim. And then we have some remarks here, where it says a Corin tabby cat is where the yellowish bands of the hair are wider. This gives the general impression of a brighter, lighter expression of the colour. And of course, the Corin has the the capability, or it will push the black or the blue part of the hair out to the end of the hair, so you will get a cat which is looking brighter, like a golden does, but obviously possible with tabby markings. The coat can be the coat can get paler on the underside of the tail, the whisker pads again, and the chest and the top of the feet may be whitish or cream. Okay, we can have a quick look at a couple of pictures, because this picture is about 25 years old actually, before we had any ideas about Corin. And at that time, this was called Siberian golden. But of course, you can see now, with the benefit of 25 years experience, that this cat is a Corin cat. Okay, I just want to show you some of the interesting parts, because in these Corin cats, a little bit the same as a golden, is that you do get a development of the colour. Okay, these three pictures, same cat, and they're taken in different light, so they're not ideal. But here you can see that as a young kitten, very similar to the golden. In the first year of the cat's life, the coat gets this brighter, more orange appearance, and then this is exactly the same cat at the age of 7 years, not in as good condition as she was in the middle picture, but you can see quite a lot of development of the white over, or the whitish, shall we say, down on the legs, on the top of the paws, on the chest. So as I say, this is why we have in the description of the colour in the standard, we've allowed for variation, because it does vary. And also you have another thing. There's a very nice Corin colour, but I want to go to this one, because this is the cat from the previous picture, and this is her mother. Now, her mother is, you must remember that there are two Corin mutations in the Siberian. One they call extreme sunshine, and one that they call sunshine. Now this, on the right, the mother, is showing all the phenotype of the extreme sunshine. Totally pale on the chest and on the belly and on the legs, with the white fronts on the legs. But again, you can see the black paw pads. So to me, this is why we have to have this variable expression of this gene in the general part of the or in the color description, because we're covering two different mutations, plus combinations of these two different mutations in the same color description. And what's the breed? Huh? Thank you very much, Eric. Siberians living in my house. Then we have the one which is perhaps a little bit more interesting to you guys, because this is silver with Corin, and this you won't have seen so many of at cat shows, because they differ quite substantially from the silver, and as I say, there have been a few have appeared at shows, and the owners have been told, what the hell is this? This is not a silver cat, and they were shown in class in groups 7 or 8. So as I say, a lot of these have so far been stay-at-home cats, so you won't have seen them so much. But have you seen this picture before? This was a kitten born in my house 15 years ago, so it's been around for a long time. And here you can see that a very unique expression, which is described, which we've tried to describe in the color description of this, and we get well, in my opinion, a pretty unique mixture of silver and Corin, and you can get quite a spectacular expression here. Don't want to show that. Here's a full-grown bimetallic. And I mean, you must admit this is quite an attractive colour scheme. And this shows the again, same with the Corin cats without silver. The colour development is relatively slow. And as a kitten, okay, this cat here, she wasn't quite old enough to be shown. But as her colour developed, she got more and more warmth in the coat. And as I say, this development here to me is a full development, the grown-up development of the Corin silver. Here we have other silver Corin cats. The cat on the left, you can see that it's, well, to me, I don't 100% know, but this looks like a torty Corin, torty silver Corin. The reason this looks like that to me is my first ever Corin cat was a torty silver Corin, and this is showing the same type. It's a confusing colour because part of the coat is caused by the red or the cream, and the other parts of the coat is the Corin working on the black. Here on the right we have the more what shall we say, this is a black silver Corin cat. Much easier to define the colour on the cat on the right than it is on the cat on the left. Then we go to the Corin agouti pointed, Never Masquerada. Again, you notice with the Never Masquerada, the nose leather, pink without the rim, and the other descriptions, or the parts of the descriptions, are the same as the golden, except for the whisker pads, chin, chest, top of the feet, maybe whitish cream. This is not exclusive. You can see here we have a Corin point, and although this guy here is getting some white down here, he doesn't show the most extreme expression, which is the white tops of the feet. Also, in a cat like this, it's quite difficult to see whether a cat is a golden point or a Corin point, but again, only 5 points for colour, so I don't think we're going to see any big problems here. Here we have a blue silver, blue silver point, never masquerada. Again, the standard reflections of the silver, which is the white outline of the ears and the very pale around the area around the eyes, and also, of course, but here we have you can see, if you want to start looking at details here, you can see it's a silver point, because the on the forehead, the warmth is just not there, but then you have the Corin working on the nose and around the eyes to give the warmth back. So this is again how the Corin affects the silver points.
Stephen,
yes.
There's a question.
Back.
Okay, then I have a question, because we have a problem with rufism if we're breeding golden and silver, and sometimes on our table coming cats which they have a lot of rufism, and this is not just on the nose, sometimes coming a little bit more everywhere. Then this would be a little bit confused for judges which they are don't breeding this, because like I breeding or Dominica, then we see this directly, or sometimes someone who breeding British, but for some our colleagues this will be a problem, because sometimes our colleagues, even they see small amounts, then like rufism, this is not correctly, and they start be very confused.
Yeah.
Because sometimes we see like patch on the body, and sometimes we see on the face. This patch is becoming in older age. This start be mixed for me, If somebody don't breeding these cats, this will be Mickey Mouse, in my opinion.
Yes, darling, I said to you that we're not out of the woods yet. We're still learning about this. There are certain things that we're still learning about. Breeders are doing different things. For a start, breeders, say in the British Shorthair, are mixing the Siberian Corin mutations with the British Corin mutations. And we don't, in my opinion, yet have a full explanation of how these different Corin genes work together. I mean, there are indications that for example, a cat with one Siberian Corin mutation will the single Siberian Corin mutation will work together with a single British Corin mutation, and they will look very similar. I don't say they will look completely the same, but in my opinion they will look similar enough for us to judge them with the same EMS code. Let's put it like that. As I say, I didn't want to say much more about this, but to reinforce the idea that we'll probably be in for an interesting year, because we'll all be learning. Judges will be learning, the breeders will be learning. There will be mistakes, but we have to take it easy.
Thank you, Stephen. We have Eric for a second, and then I will...
For 2 seconds, for all of you who were at the meeting, the president will be the delegate to the World Cat Congress and Sarah Moroni the advisor. And Sarah can also present the proposal written by the commissions, and in short, the commissions propose a work group on a WCC level, where each WCC member can put in a member and some experts can be put in. That has been sent out today, so that is happening. And yours truly is candidating only because next year it's in England. The days to Hong Kong will be less days than here, and then another one can come and do it.
Thank you, Eric.
And then the rosettes, which I said before, Belina, Andrea, Charles, Yujan, Alyosha, Tatjana.
Can I have the floor, please? I was the second on the list.
Moldova.
We are not closed yet.
Okay, then you'd go and take the rosettes, Charles.
No. This is still the part of the seminar. We have been talking several times about a document which can be found on the FIFe website. In FIFe, we know this document called Preliminary Recognized Breeds and Varieties. We have it now, and there's only the Likoi and the Bombay in, including the color descriptions and including which varieties are recognized. In that document, there's now also the charcoal for the Bengal, and also the Corin for the Siberian and the Never Masquerade. The easiest way to find it is go please to the news page of the website. There are separate articles on charcoal and Bengal, and there you will find a link to this document, Preliminary Recognition and Varieties. And it might be interesting for you to also read what is written there about the way we register these Corin cats, because it's also very interesting because of the nature of Corin. Thank you very much.
Okay, I will leave the floor to everybody. Donatella, wait a second, please. Before we leave, because we are leaving, sorry, we have a plane. From the Judges Commission, we want to thank once again Stephen Jones, Satu Hämäläinen, and Donatella Mastrangelo for the job that they have done. Donatella, do you want to close the seminar, or it's okay this way? No, it's okay this way. Thanks even for Julia and to Sarah for the support with Leslie. The seminar, I think, is closed. May we say that the seminar is closed? Charles and Eric, is it okay? The seminar is closed. Safe trip home. And now we leave the floor to everybody. Thanks, everybody.
That's okay. I don't need it. Mexico is easier than China.